always in the lead. Who you wanna be? I'm who they wanna be. B-E-A-U-T-Y-E. Never seen so much rage from a queen. Rage from a queen. Queen so strong, thought she was a machine. Girl of your dreams, Sinclair regime. Turn to the max, can't forget Maxine. Refer to me as a goddess, I'm tired of being modest. 100 degrees the hottest. If we're being honest, ebony, anybody. Black people win, they say we're being demonic. Angel in disguise, I hate I have to disguise it. Why you gotta despise it? Rich in the mind, is why I'm making deposits. Carry all the power, it's time to realize it.
Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow.
This that rhythm, this that lightning, this that burn, this ain't no perm. This that nappy, this that herb, this that kinfolk, this that skinfolk, this that war, this that bloodline on the front line, ready for war. Where you gonna run? Get it loose, get it low, get it low. Why you get it loose, get it loose, get it low, get it low. Oh, oh, gotta protect my grace, keep it locked in the safe. Don't make me get back to my ways, my power they'll never take.
Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow.
Fumani bo, salinganile ikumkani, ningangabasi amandla, ngizokobisa banenka. Thulani bo, salivukile dimoni la, nibabuzile basiyonga. There will be peace when I'm done. Chongani bo, ngimnes kimsam, sizile thile izikhali, la amagwala wahlangana. Hlalani bo, nayibona inkinga lento soyilungisa. Thembami, goqa amakhoba soyiqeda amanzi.
Take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow. And I feel like I'm more. You know, people thought I'm more.
Simply means let's go. So what's that?
Boom, boom, check your laser. I roll with the danger. I go yiki, ninja, me nandi, ninja. Boom, boom, check your laser. I roll with the danger. I go yiki, ninja, me nandi, ninja. What's that?
Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow.
I was always in the lead. Who you wanna be? I'm who they wanna be. B-E-A-U-T-Y-E. Never seen so much rage from a queen. Rage from a queen. Queen so strong, thought she was a machine. Girl of your dreams, Sinclair regime. Turn to the max, can't forget Maxine. Refer to me as a goddess, I'm tired of being modest. 100 degrees the hottest. If we're being honest, ebony, anybody. Black people win, they say we're being demonic. Angel in disguise, I hate I have to disguise it. Why you gotta despise it? Rich in the mind, is why I'm making deposits. Carry all the power, it's time to realize it.
Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel
Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Patience. I'm so happy to be here today.
Yeah, also happy to have you.
I see uprising. Let us know where you're joining from. If you are on here, let us know where you're joining from. Not in your seat in your building. I am Rita. Let us know where you're joining from. Put it in the chat. Let us know where you're joining from. I see Annabelle. I see Melissa. Happy to have you here. Hi everyone, if you are in here, please let us know where you are watching from. Let us know where you're watching from, okay? In the chat section, let us know where you're watching from. Happy to have you here. I see Isabel, I see Annabelle, I see Henrietta, I see Benedictus, Ibadan, all the way from Ibadan, Ekwai Boom, Lagos. Oh wow, happy to have you all here. I see Olaki. Forgive me if I didn't pronounce the name right. Or from Lagos. I think Lagos, personally, Lagos is my favorite place to be. I've been and all those places. Happy to have you here, the Lagos people. I'm not being biased, but I love Imo State as well. Happy to have you. Please drop in the chat where you are watching from. Let us know you. Let us know where you join. Let us know you. Ibadan. Ibadan. Wow. Happy to have you all here. Ibadan. Looks like the Ibadan people are taking over. You people are coming to tap all the knowledge. That's nice. I see Kumbi from Lagos. See Precious. Happy to have you here. Happy to have you all here. Happy to have you all here. Number 6. Happy to have you all here. Port Harcourt, wow. Thank you all for joining. Happy to have you all here. There's Port Harcourt, there's Anambra, there's Ibadan, there's Lagos. You all are amazing. Happy to have you here. Wow. It's showtime, my people. It's showtime. How many people are ready? If you are ready, please put in the chat, I'm ready. Let's see how ready you are. How many people are ready here? How many people are ready? If you are ready, put in the chat. Let us know. I'm ready. I don't know about you, but let's know if you're ready. Ibadan people, Lagos people, let us know if you are ready. Put in the chat, I'm ready. Put in the chat, I'm ready. How many people are ready? If you are ready, put in the chat, I'm ready. I see Faith is ready. Who again is ready? Jessica is ready. Henrietta is ready. Wow, wow, wow. Blessing is ready. Wow, super amazing. Unahi is ready. Super amazing. Jessica is ready. That's the spirit. I love that. Rita is ready. Wow, wow. Please make sure that you have your notepad to jot, all the nuggets that you're going to get today. And also make sure that your internet is good and you are prepared to receive. Happy to have you here, Mary. Deborah, I'm glad you are ready. Super ready. Exciting. Okay, so whilst we are preparing to, start receiving all the nuggets and waiting for our speakers and whichever, I would like to introduce myself. I would like to, I know everybody's seeing me on here, and I would like to let everybody know who I am. Okay, my name is Rachel Bamfo. I'm a Ghanaian, and I'm currently based in the United States, and I'm going to be your moderator for today. I'm in the healthcare field. I'm a healthcare administrator, and I'm also a digital entrepreneur. I basically teach people how to, grab some money in the online space. And I also run an organization in Africa. So I'm happy to be your moderator for today, and I cannot wait to see you impact all the knowledge. Can I know those who just joined? Can I know where you are watching from, and if you are ready for the summit today? Wow, amazing people on here. Please be ready with your notepads. Be ready with you make sure you're at a very calm environment. Your internet is good, and be ready to receive. Also, please subscribe to the YouTube channel on Facebook if you're watching from Facebook. Follow the pages on Facebook and subscribe to the YouTube channel as well if you're watching on YouTube. Please don't forget to subscribe. Today I will be I have a co-moderator as well. I'm not the only one going to be the moderator for today. Ezekiel is going to be my co-moderator for today. And yes, we have Ezekiel on here. Exciting.
Hello, Rachel. It's good to be here. Can you hear me? Good
Perfect.
morning. Amazing. I can see that a lot of people are excited to be here today. People joining in from all over the country, from Ibadan, from Aba State, from Aba, from Jos. It's good to have everyone here. And we're going to be kicking off in a minute or two. But I mean, Rachel, let's just have a chit chat then while we prepare and wait for our speaker. So, I mean, what are your expectations for the summit? I'm also going to throw that question to all of our participants joining via our various streaming links. So, Richard, could you just share? What are you expecting for the EEG Summit today?
I'm excited. For personally, I don't know about anybody watching here, but personally, I'm prepared to receive. Okay, I'm prepared to receive. I'm prepared
Right,
to receive
right.
all the good nuggets that is coming in. I will have my notepad ready as well, preparing to draw things down, and I'm super excited.
Amazing, amazing. For me, I'm just looking at having more women get empowered, right? This is the Enlighten Her Initiative, and we're looking at empowering more business leaders, especially women folk, having them empowered, getting the right knowledge, getting the right resources to have their businesses, their personal lives thrive, right? Let me hear from everyone joining in. What are your expectations for the event? You could drop that in the comment section. What exactly are you looking forward to having at the EEG Summit today? Right.
Let us know your expectation. Please type. Let us know your expectation. Ade Bula. Let us know your expectation. Type in the comments. Let us know your expectations for today. Okay. Fumbi said, I'm expecting to get secret tips to being a successful business woman. Amazing. Julia said, I'm ready to be enlightened. That's amazing. I'm ready to be enlightened as well. Victoria, my expectation is to receive, gain more knowledge, and meet new people. Amazing. Let us know your expectations. Let us know your expectations. Let us know your expectations.
Right. I think I love Fumbi's expectation, saying that she wants to get secret tips to being a successful businesswoman. This is the Enlighten Her Initiative, and we've been doing this for a couple of years, helping young women get the right information, right resources, to helping them to becoming more successful in their businesses. And we would be doing that yet again today. It's good to be here. I can see a lot of people are joining in. A lot of guys are ready. Benedictus is ready. Honor is ready. Badmos is looking forward to impact and growth. Amazing. We have Faith. She's expecting to learn new things, especially in leadership and in business. And we have all of our speakers ready to impart all from their wealth of experiences. And we would be having you go right about now. Thank you guys for joining in. All right. Good morning, everyone, from wherever you're connecting with us at the Enlighten Empower Growth Summit. We're starting about now. We have the founder of the Enlighten Her Initiative joining us already, Miss Patience Ehiyodoko. And just going to be starting out with a speech just to welcome everybody. I see everyone is excited to be here. A lot of guys are joining in from all over the country. So I think we can just start out. Miss Patience, it's good to have you here. I mean, you have been doing this for quite some time, helping young women get the right information, get the right resources to help their businesses and even their personal lives thrive. Yeah. So I think we're just going to start out with you. Thank you so much for joining in, and you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much, Ezekiel. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Welcome, everybody, and welcome to the second edition of the Enlighten Empower Growth Summit. Wow. I'm so grateful to God for this moment. It feels so unreal that it's happening. The first edition was in 2020, right at the peak of the pandemic. And we're grateful that we're still here and that we're able to host the second edition. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to all of my speakers. Thank you for honoring my invitation. And welcome to all of the participants. I'm looking forward to the transformation that will happen in your life today. And as I was reflecting on what to share today, two words actually came to my mind: power and transformation. And I was wondering, why power, why transformation? The truth is, when you desire change, or when you realize that there's a need for you to change something in your life, you require power to make a decision. If you're unable to make a decision about that change, nothing's going to happen. And that only happens when you become aware of the place where you are and the need for you to shift. Until you realize that there's a need for you to shift, nothing can happen. But for you to actually shift, you need to make a decision to shift. Leaders who know their values and guiding principles, who put their values into action across their work, who remain connected to everyday meaning and their higher sense of purpose, can only do so because they are aware of themselves. This year's theme is very deliberate. Discover her, the power of personal leadership and self-mastery. I've come to realize that until you uncover yourself, understand your strengths, and understand your weaknesses, you can't live a fulfilled life. And this is at the heart of what we do at the Enlighten Empower Growth Summit. We realize that there's a whole lot of noise. A whole lot of young people are distracted by the seemingly perfect life portrayed on social media. The goal for this year's summit is to see that at the end of the summit, you are able to develop and utilize your positive leadership skills and guide the direction of your life instead of letting time and chance determine it for you. I want you to put in the chat box that you will not let time and chance determine your life, but you will be intentional about your life. Put in the chat box, I wouldn't let time and chance determine my life. I want to see it pop up there that you're putting in the chat box. I wouldn't let time and chance determine the course of my life. I want to see it pop on the screen and then I would continue. I wouldn't let time and chance determine the course of my life. You can't be impactful. You can't live an impactful life. You can't live an impactful life by being random. You have to be intentional. You can't live an impactful life by being random. You have to be intentional. Fantastic. I can see it pop now. I won't let time and chance determine my life. I will be intentional. Fantastic. You can't live an impactful life by being random. You have to be intentional. Great. I'm just going to quickly share 5 things and 5 key things that have enabled my journey. 5 key things that have enabled my journey. Number 1, I made the decision that I wanted more. I made a decision that I wanted more. I had the courage to make a decision that I wanted more. And that decision actually led me to embark on a self-discovery journey 5 years ago. I became so intentional about just knowing my strengths, understanding my weaknesses, and embracing them, and nurturing my strengths and building them. And as I began to uncover my strengths, my weaknesses, I realized that clarity is indeed power. When you understand your strengths and you understand your weaknesses, there's this confidence that you have. When you understand where you're going to and the shift that you want to happen in your life, there's just this magic that happens. So, number one thing that has enabled my journey is that I made a decision to want more. Number two, I served and I'm still serving in communities, and and in turn, the communities actually would enable me and would also nurture me. I have served and I'm still serving in communities, and those communities have nurtured me to become. So, as a young person, if you're looking to be impactful, be willing to serve. Be willing to serve. Number three is that I invested in myself. I can't count the number of books, conferences, courses that I've attended, and all of that. And you really can't grow if you don't invest in your growth. It's not magic. You have to spend time in investing in your growth. There was a time that people would say, all you do, Patience, is go to conferences, attend courses. Do you even have time for anything else? Honestly, I was growing myself at that point, and I'm grateful that I did. So, as a young person, ensure that you never stop learning and evolving. The learning never stops, it never stops. I embrace mentorship. Number four, I embrace mentorship. The people who have gone ahead of us, the people who have better experiences than us. Be humble enough to sit at their feet and listen and learn. I'm grateful for all of my mentors. And the last thing is I embrace my uniqueness. I am not perfect, but I know that God has called me to do more. I know that God has created me with uniqueness and with gifts to solve problems and to be a solution provider. So I realize that, and I'm nurturing them. I'm constantly finding that gift. I'm constantly embracing it. And I know that there's no one else like Patience. So every day I show up embracing my uniqueness. So as a young person, embrace who you are. Embrace your voice, embrace your strength, embrace your weaknesses, embrace it with so much confidence. Show up every day knowing that you carry a solution in you. All right, so I'm just going to recap on the 5 things that enabled my journey. Number one is that I decided to be more. I decided and I realized that there is more, and I embarked on a self-discovery journey. I invested in myself. I served, and I'm still serving communities. I embraced mentorship, and I embraced my uniqueness. So today, remember, you alone have the power to transform and change the course of your life. Make the decision today to discover her. Please put in the chat box that I'm going to discover her. I am going to discover her. That's at the core and at the center of what we do here at Enlighten Her Initiative. Make the decision today to discover her and be intentional about your life. I'm going to take that again. Remember, you alone have the power to transform and change the course of your life. Make the decision today to discover her and be intentional about your life. Welcome once again, everyone, and let the transformation begin. Over to you, Rachel.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Patience. We have our first keynote speaker, and she goes by the name Madam Kemi Ogunkoya. I don't know if you know her, but personally, she carries some fire. She carries some fire, so be ready to receive. And she's going to talk about aligning your purpose and impact, how to lead an outstanding life in a nosy world. So I'll read a little bit about her and we can invite her on. So Madam Kemi Ogunkoya is a renowned leadership development strategist, management consultant, creator of the Dozen Model Leadership Framework, and a member of the Forbes Business Council. For close to a decade, she has conducted and facilitated high-impact leadership development workshops across Africa, North America, and Asia. Kemi prides herself in the ability to help corporate organizations enjoy seamless leadership transitions and executive onboarding to eliminate deficiencies that invariably minimize their costs, and let them focus on growth. She has helped over 7,000 business leaders and 90 organizations nationally and internationally create amazing results, equipping businesses and their leaders with the appropriate leadership competence to effectively perform their jobs and businesses. Kemi has rich experience across industries, including but not limited to oil and gas, aviation, financial services, educational sector, SMEs, and the public sector. She has created some of the most remarkable transformations for her clients. Please, with a standing ovation, let us welcome Madam Kemi Ogunkoya.
Hello, thank you so much, Rachel, for that wonderful introduction. I am absolutely delighted to be here today. It's a great day today, and I can see all the comments in the chat already, and I know that we're all ready for transformation. We just listened to the opening speech, and that was incredibly powerful. Thank you so much to the Enlighten Her Initiative team for having me. I am particularly delighted about the Enlighten, Empower, and Grow Summit for 2022. And, quite a number of reasons. Yes, the transformation, and also the fact that I am so invested in the theme for this conference. And, like we know what the theme is discover her, the power of personal leadership and self-mastery. And of course, this is an area that I am passionate about, not just because I have spent a significant, part of my life helping leaders develop their leadership skills and helping them, perform seamlessly in this noisy world, but also because of some of the personal transformations that have happened to me in the course of understanding the power of these incredible elements of personal leadership and self mastery. So it is a honor once again to be here, and I do trust that we would have a great time of learning and transformation all through this session. So, my session, I will be talking about aligning your purpose and impact. And I will particularly share about how to lead an outstanding life in a noisy world. So, when we talk about purpose and impact, they are incredibly important aspects of a life that is characterized as a life of fulfillment. So, for you to get to the point of fulfillment, you have to clearly identify your purpose and then be able to live in that purpose. So I usually say that the purpose of our purpose is not just for our purpose, right? So which means that for each and every one of us, we have purpose that, have been assigned to us. But the essence of that purpose is not just for us. We are beneficiaries of that purpose, but it shouldn't end with us. So which means that of the purpose that we have, we also have a responsibility to raise other people through that. However, you stepping into your place of purpose and impact will never happen from a place of obscurity. So which means that if you do not know yourself, if you do not know your purpose, if you do not know your impact, you will be living in a world that really is not defined. You will be living in a world where you will struggle yourself and align with the things that are really important to you. So before we can have a conversation around purpose and impact, we first have to have that conversation around self, right? And when the convener of the conference spoke earlier, she spoke about the place of starting with clarity. So we cannot truly have a conversation around purpose and impact without having a conversation around clarity. And I'll tell you a very quick story of a lady who, I was quite familiar with about, just over a decade ago, who just got out of the 9 to 5 and delved into a world of entrepreneurship. And it was a scary journey. It was an unfamiliar path. But then she felt that she had what it took, and then went on this journey of entrepreneurship. Her business, and then about 2 months into the business, started to identify some cracks, started to identify that there were some things that were not just going as right as she thought. And then somehow she was able to push on the business. 18 months after, it was obvious the business was not going anywhere. Unfortunately, she had to shut the doors to the business. She was back home. She was frustrated. She was angry. She was broke. And in one of those moments where deep reflection took place, something dropped very strongly in her spirit. And it was that you cannot become better at what you do unless you become better at who you are. I'll take that again. So you cannot become better at what you do, better at who you are. And that story is a story of myself going on this journey of purpose, going on this journey of impact, and trying to discover myself. And there are quite a number of things that I realized at that point. Some was the fact that there was no clarity. The clarity at that point wasn't clearly defined. And when I talk about clarity in this point, I'm talking about clarity of self, clarity of purpose, clarity about my strengths, clarity about my growth areas, clarity about my triggers, clarity about my motivation, clarity about my values. And unfortunately, a lot of us go through the journey of life without being able to answer those questions. We go through the journey of life without having clarity about some of the most important parts of our lives. And I realized that of clarity, unfortunately, we will struggle to even find purpose, let alone talking about aligning with purpose. And here we are in a world that would not stop talking, in a world that has been characterized as a VUCA world, VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world where things are changing so quickly. So many information are being thrown at you. You have to find a way to process all of it, and then you still have to find a way to move forward. Truly, for us to get our balance and lead ourselves outstandingly in this noisy and VUCA world, like I said, it has to begin with clarity. And clarity takes us on a journey. And I want us to understand that this is a journey that never ends. So the journey to discovering her is not a sprint. It's not a journey of, I have attended this conference, I have attended this summit, I have, I've read 50 books, I have, attended quite a number of seminars, and then that's it. You need to understand that for you to constantly stay in that place of definition, in that place of clarity, in that place of alignment, you have to embrace this journey as a continuous journey. It is a continuum. It's a journey that never ends, that would require you to keep learning, to keep on learning, and to keep relearning. So discovering yourself and aligning your purpose and impact requires you to be intentional. It requires deliberate efforts from you. And it is not something that you will do without you being intentional about what you want. So definitely clarity begins with you asking yourself series of questions, going on that journey of self-mastery. But you cannot lead yourself effectively if you do not know yourself. You cannot lead yourself effectively on the journey of purpose and impact if you do not know yourself. And that would require that you start to delve on this journey of self-mastery. Start to ask yourself valid question of who am I? And now I hear you. It's so noisy out there. There's so many things fighting for your attention. There's so many things, constantly in your face, so much information. But Clarity would help you sieve through the noise. Clarity would help you quiet yourself. Clarity would help you focus and align with your purpose. Clarity will help you discover her. The things you need to know about her, you need to know her strengths. She has incredible strengths. She has incredible power. She has incredible abilities. She has incredible capabilities. And you have to step into that place of awareness. You have to step into that place of knowledge. And, just like the theme of this incredible conference, it says that the power of personal leadership and self-mastery, because truly there's so much power in personal leadership and self-mastery. So you have to know her. You have to know what her values are. So it begins definitely with clarity, right? And then the next thing you want to be able to do is to understand the place of character on the journey of alignment and purpose. So which means that as you go on this journey of self-leadership and mastery, you need to be able to clearly define your values. Who are you? Because when you can clearly define your values, especially in a world that will not stop talking, you will be able to remain guided. You will be able to, stay on track. Your values will guide your actions. Your values will guide your inactions. Your values will guide the decisions that you make and will ensure that you remain on track. It is important that on the journey of self-discovery and self-mastery, you clearly define who you are, right? And yes, branding is a part of that. Yes, your reputation is a part of that, but your character is very important. And trust me, character never goes out of line. So for you to remain aligned with your purpose and be able to create impact and lead in an outstanding life in today's noisy world, you need to clarify what your values are. The third thing you have to do is to develop competence. Competence, right? You cannot unintentionally achieve great success in a sustained manner. So which means that for you to constantly be on that journey of growth, you have to keep developing yourself. Build competence, behavioral competence, human skills, your technical skills. Constantly be on that journey of evaluation. What do I need to learn? What do I need to unlock the next level? Do I need to develop my communication skills, for example? Do I need to become more empathetic? Do I need to learn how to negotiate a whole lot more? Do I need to be critical? Do I need to learn analytical skills? Do I need to learn how to manage relationships? These are all skills that will significantly make a difference. And you have to constantly be in that place where you're willing to push yourself. For you to discover her, you have to be willing to discover her limits, right? And constantly push beyond some of those previously assumed limits. Discovering her is an intentional journey. Aligning her purpose and impact is an intentional journey. The next thing you need to build is to build the muscle for commitment. So please note that on this journey of growth, it will not always be a walk in the park. You will find yourself sometimes thinking, what have I gotten myself into? Be it you on your journey of advancing your career, or you being on your journey of starting up a new business, or you just being on a journey of becoming a better version of yourself. It would require you doing things in a committed way over and over again, building the muscles of discipline, building the muscles of accountability, putting systems of accountability in place when needed to ensure that you remain committed. But it requires discipline. You cannot align purpose when, you're on and off. It's not a flipping switch that you say, you know what, I'm going to stay in alignment between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. today. But after that time, you know what, I'm just going to have a few days. No, it unfortunately doesn't work that way. So to discover her, you need to ensure that you build the muscle of commitment in her. Right? And that way she can stay committed to her purpose. She can stay committed to her impact. She can stay committed to her goals. She can stay committed to herself. And that way she can stand in this noisy world. To also align her purpose and impact, she also has to be confident. She has to know who she is. Building on the bedrock of clarity, she has to be clear about who she is and the value that she brings to this world. She has to be clear about the value that she brings into any space that she finds herself. Because it's not just enough for you to have the skills. It's not just enough to have, the competence. It is also, it's also about your ability to show what you can do, to show the value that you bring to the world, and also be unapologetic about that value. So I would not want to, take any further time, because I know that we are in for a great time of learning today. We're in for a great time of transformation. I would just like, to just implore each and every one of us to ensure that all the insights that will be taken out of the conference today, we do not just go on to hang it as part of what I call shelf esteem, right? It shouldn't just be books or knowledge that we just dump somewhere. It should be that we transform all these insights into actions. So let's build these muscles for clarity. Let's build the muscle for character. Let's build the muscle for competence. Let's build the muscle for commitment. Let's build the muscle for confidence. And that way you can get yourself on that journey of purpose and impact. And that way you will be able to lead yourself on, this outstanding journey of life, even in a noisy world. So I would like to, just let you know that you're doing a great job already. And if you have not started out on this journey of growth, you want to get started. If you have started, you want to get moving. And if you are on the journey of movement already, never stop growing. So I nudge you once again not to miss any part of this summit. And I toast to a better, enlightened, empowered, and constantly growing you. Thank you once more for having me. And, I am cheering you on to more. Thank you.
Amazing one, Ma. Thank you so much, our keynote speaker, Madam Kemi Ogunkoya. Quite enlightening session. Rachel, she talked about having to, find your purpose, right? You can't live your purpose if you do not find your purpose. She also mentioned that you can't get better at doing what you do until you find yourself. You get better at finding yourself. Amazing one, Ma. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you, having you here, Ma. And yes. Rachel, over to you, please.
Yes, I also want to say thank you so much. This was and I was jotting down a lot, and thank you so much for this amazing, talk. We appreciate you so much. So the next thing there'll be a music break, right? So after the music break, we have the panel one.
Yeah, so we'll just go on a music break for about a few seconds, and we'll head on to the first panel session of the day. Please stay tuned with us.
Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow.
I was always in the lead. Who you wanna be? I'm who they wanna be. BEAUTYE. Never seen so much rage from a queen. Rage from a queen. Queen so strong, thought she was a machine. Girl of your dreams, Sinclair regime. Turn to the max, can't forget vaccine.
Refer to me as a goddess. I'm tired of being modest. 100 degrees the hottest. If we're being honest, ebony everybody. Black people win. They say we being demonic. Angel in disguise. I hate I have to disguise it. Why you gotta despise it? Rich in the mind is why I'm making deposit. Give me all the power. It's time to realize it.
Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my
that bird, this ain't no perm. This that nappy, this that herb, this that kinfolk, this that skinfolk, this that war, this that bloodline on the front line, ready for war. Where you gonna run? Get it loose, get it low, get it low. Why you get it loose, get it loose, get it low, get it low. Oh, oh, gotta protect my grace, keep it locked in the safe. Don't make me get back to my ways. My power they never take.
Don't ever take my power. My power, my power. Don't ever take my power. My power, my power. They feel away. Oh wow. They feel away. Oh wow. Don't ever take my power. My power, my power. Don't ever take my power. My power, my power. They feel away. Oh wow. They feel away. Oh wow.
Fumani bo salingenile ikumkani ningangabazi amandla ngizokobisa abanenka thulani bo salivukile dimoni la nibabuzile basiyonga there will be peace when I'm done chongani bo ngimnestim sam sizile thile ezikhali la amagwala wahlangana hlalani bo nayibona inkinga lento soyilungisa thembami goqa amakhosi ayiqeda amanzi
Take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away. Oh wow, they feel away. Oh wow, don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power.
Country means let's go. So
Boom, boom, check you later. I roll with the danger. I go Eeg Ninja, me Nandi, ninja. Boom, boom, check you later. I roll with the danger. I go Eeg Ninja, me Nandi, ninja. What's up?
Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away. Oh wow. They feel away. Oh wow. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. Don't ever take my power, my power, my power. They feel away. Oh wow. They feel away. Oh wow.
I was always in the lead. Who you wanna be? I'm who they wanna be.
All right. I think we're set for the first panel session. I think we're good to go. The speakers are in already. Hello, Rachel. Are we set?
Yes, we are set.
All
Thank you.
right. Great.
Yes, we have Madam Rita and Madam Ekaiti. I hope I mentioned the name right. Okay, so I will share a little bit about Madam Ekaiti Umo, and I also share a little bit about our speaker, Madam Rita. So Madam Ekaiti Umo is a visiting member of Faculty of Enterprise Development Center, Pan Athletic University, Lagos. And Madam Ekaiti is President, Lagos of Business School Alumni Association. She draws from her wealth of experience as a chartered accountant and chartered microfinance banker, with over 14 years of banking experience in both deposit money banks and micro banking. With a standing ovation, a clap, whichever. Let's welcome Madam Ekaiti Umo.
Welcome, Madam Ekaiti. Good to have you here. All right. Yes, would love comments in the. Would love you guys to pass your comments, please. Let's appreciate Madam Ekaite for joining us. It's good to have you here, Ma. Thank you for honoring our call. Yes, Rita, we can go on to Madam Rita as well. She's here. I think I'll just go ahead to read her bio. Madam Rita is a multi-talented broadcaster, on-air personality, thespian, sales and promotions specialist, philanthropist, wife, and mother of three lovely children. She is the group marketing manager of Hot FM and the station manager of Hot FM 98.3 Abuja. Starting her radio career as an advert traffic officer, Kurita worked as a reporter, producer, presenter, and sales executive before assuming her present status of station manager, Hot FM 98.3. She's the founder of Onomese Foundation and a co-founder of Women in Media Development Initiative. Rita, aka Queen Rita, is passionate about the developmental journalism, gender, health, and social justice. What a profile. Welcome, Madam Rita. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining in
Thank you
our
for having me.
session.
Thank you so much.
Guys, are you excited to have the first panel session? Please, I need your comments. Let's
Let us
drop
know
our
in the
comments.
comments. Let
Welcome
us
our
know if you are ready.
speakers.
Let us know if you are ready to
Right, right.
receive.
Right. I mean, it's been, a fantastic one since we started. We had the founder's speech at the beginning. Then we moved on to the keynote address by Madam Kemi Ogunkoya, where she really talked about how to clarify your purpose, right? And I think we're just going to continue in that to say steer the ship for this conversation and take it away from there. All right, Rachel, let's get to it, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ezekiel. Thank you so much, Ma Rita. Thank you so much, Madam Ekaite, for honoring this summit. We appreciate it. So we will it's going to be in a Q&A form, so I will show the question on board, then we take it from there. So Ma Rita, my first question to you is how have you been able to harness your power in media?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by saying thank you to the convener. This is indeed a privilege to be here with my sister, a leadpreneur member, Madam Kaiti. Good to see you.
Same here, same here.
And well done so far. Great job. I really did enjoy the introduction speech and, of course, the session by Madam Kemi Gukoya. You said, how have I been able to harness my strength,
Power
right?
in media, yes.
In the radio sector.
Yes, please.
Okay, maybe a quick background will help. I discovering what my strength is about me being determined to get the most of my career. You know, as a young girl, as you would read if you get a copy of my book or if you've read my book, Queen Rita from the Rough Edges to Becoming the Queen, I am a typical Nigerian child whose parents want to be a doctor. You know, in every family, we want a doctor, we want a lawyer, we want an engineer, and all the other careers maybe can be considered thereafter. So my father wanted me to be a doctor, and I was a science student up until I was about to write my WAEC. And after then, I decided to go and register all my courses for arts. And because I knew I wanted to be a journalist, worst case scenario, if I wasn't a journalist, I wanted to be a lawyer. And when I registered for my WAEC and I had literature, government, and all what have you, my principal thought that I was crazy. So he sent for me, sent for my father, and it was a whole conversation, meetings and meetings upon meetings. But I had to stand my ground. That was the first place I decided, look, this is what I want. This is my strength. I don't like seeing sick people. I love to care for people, but I don't think I want to spend my whole life, tending to people in the hospital, even if I can decide to go there and help out. But that's not the career path I wanted. So I was deliberate enough from that point to know that this is where my passion is. So the point I'm trying to make is we need to, as an individual, acknowledge, realize, and identify your passion early enough for you to go in the path that is good and chosen for you. So I did that, and there's a whole lot of things that happened before I ended up at Hot FM, working as a student with a private production firm in Benin, before becoming a staff of Hot FM after my NYSC. Now, working at Hot FM, when I got in here in the first place, let's start off with how I even got into Hot FM. I heard about Hot FM as a station being opened 2 days to when the interviews were going to hold. So which means application had closed, they've had a screening done, and they've shortlisted people. That was when I heard. And I took up my CV and some of my demos from the shows I've done in the past as a student, and I went there and dropped my application. And I remember being told that, oh, sorry, this is not even necessary because we are done with, shortlisting people. I said, just take it, you never can tell, just take a look at it. And I left. Before I got back to, my base, I got a call telling me to come for the interview. The rest, they say, is history. Why am I telling you this again? It's because if you know your strength and you're intentional about it, you also have to be focused and be determined to get what you want, because nothing will be given to you on a platter of gold. Now, on applying for Hot FM as job, it's a competitive environment. Radio is competitive. Any organization you get into, even if it's to Frakara, it is competitive. So you have to be ready to prove your points, to know that not just by talking, not I can do it, sure that you can do it. And I think that is what I did here. Working at Hot FM, I started off as a traffic officer, as you read in my CV. Traffic officer means that you determine what advert runs where, you ensure that the station does not lose any money, because compliance issues can come up. If Madam Akaite says to me, Rita, I want to run an advert, I want it to run in the morning between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock, and if the traffic officer decides to run it at 11, that is null and void. Even if it ran, she can decide not to pay for it because that's not what she asked for. So it's a very, very important part of the broadcast system. But that wasn't what I wanted. But I took it still when it was given to me, because I knew I needed to get into the system. At that point, I knew I had what it takes to be a radio person, to be on air, but I needed to show that I had it. It wasn't seen me coming in. I had not done radio before I joined Hot FM. I worked on TV as a TV personality when I was in school. So I needed to show it, and I didn't have a problem with that. I took this job, I did it well. In the process of doing it, in less than 2 months, I was on the morning show, and that's a prime time show for any station, because you don't just get on a morning show. If you don't hold the listener from the morning, you can't guarantee them being there in the afternoon. So but within 2 months, I was on the morning show. Why? Because I was on air on the weekend with my GM then, an American, Ted Ferguson. He said, just come, let's see what you can do. And I went on air with him, and he was like, that, really? And you're there doing that? No, I have to put you on air. I was on air already. Why did that happen? I didn't sit and say, oh no, if you don't give me this, I'm not taking it. Or this is what I cannot do, or this is what I can take. No, you have to show that you are capable. Not by saying, but by doing. Because sometimes if you don't live ready, which is what I think my mantra has been since I was as little. And you know what's interesting is, it's not like I knew I was deliberately living ready. Circumstances of my birth threw that at me, which again is a story I can't tell within this, short period of conversation. But the point I'm trying to make is, for you to be ahead, for you to harness that she power, that her readiness, you need to live ready. That is the secret for me to being where I am today. So moving from that point to being the morning show host, at the same time doing marketing, because it's like banking, okay? When you are in a private sector broadcast organization, you need money to sustain the media. It is not a government organization. You're not getting subvention from anywhere. So there was a challenge thrown to everybody. Let us all try to bring in revenue. And I took that challenge up. As a matter of fact, when Hot FM started, I was the first person to bring in a check into the station. The station launched on the 1st, by on the 3rd, I got my first check from V Mobile then. And I still remember the name of the man who signed that deal for me, Mr. Ken Egujofo. 3rd of March, it was his birthday. I still call him every day on his birthday. That's about relationship. right? So I was able to break that, maintain relationships, got to the point where I was the highest grossing revenue generation staff in the organization. And at the same time, I was an on-air personality. So that didn't come by me sitting down and crossing my hand and wearing a OAP toga, feeling I'm popular. No, it come by me putting my hands on the grind and getting it done. That is what we need, because results will speak for you. No matter where you are per time, if you have results, no matter what happens, whether you are there or not, that is what will speak for you. That is what will defend you. So from being in that particular position on air and doing marketing, I agreed to become the marketing manager while I'm also on air. So people listen to me already, not knowing that when I leave the microphone, I have a whole lot of other departmental responsibility I have to take care of. But I did that. I grew to become the marketing manager. And at some point, I was a group marketing manager. What does that entail? I travel from Lagos to Imo to Asaba to Abuja here, which is places where we have radio stations, to interface with the other stations, find out what is going on, how are they making money, what are we not doing? At the same time, I am still a broadcast journalist. Now, I could have said, no, that is not my job. And that's something we need to look out for as women, because that it is not my responsibility syndrome is a big problem for a lot of people. You go to your work, they give you a job description and something else come up, it is not my business. So you leave it undone. All of those things, it's like taking an extra course when you are in school, right? You apply for a course and you say, I need an extra course load. It adds up for you at the end of the day. For those who love football, when you play the game and they say, oh, you want 2 matches, then it comes to counting the number of goals per match. True or false? They start counting. Okay, you add more goals. This is what will speak for you when it comes to decision-making time and who to keep and who not to keep, especially with what is going on with our economy and people losing their jobs. Look at what happened with COVID. What are you bringing to the table? Okay, so moving from there, becoming the group marketing manager, I also worked as a programs manager simultaneously while I'm group marketing manager. From there, I became the station manager, which is what I'm doing now. This is the second time I'm actually becoming the station manager. How did I achieve all of this? Now, there's something that our last speaker said that is very key about training, learning, being open to learning. I just came back from the Netherlands about a week ago. Kizito won't let me rest all the while I was there. Why? I was only 3 weeks training, fully paid for by the Dutch government, scholarship. Because I know where I work, much as I'm passionate about this job, much as my employer appreciates me, they cannot afford that kind of training, but I know I needed it. I had to look for it, apply, prove that I deserve it, get the scholarship, ask for the time off work to go for the scholarship. So you cannot sit down and expect that things will drop on your lap or feel like you're entitled to it because you occupy a certain position in a certain organization or because you know ABC person. It does not work that way. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell, because I know we don't have all the time in the world, is there is a point A and there is a point process. Because, let me show you something. You see, I don't know whether you can see this. This is my book. There's a reason why I have half my face, because it's a memoir. There's a reason why I have half my face on this book. It's not because they can't take the picture in full. As a matter of fact, there's a full version of this picture. Because when I wrote that book, I was 45. Yes. And I said, that is just some of me. I'm still in a process. And that's something we must realize. When you're given a platform, when you're given an opportunity to do something as a lady, what do you say to yourself? I've arrived. I'm not a star. I am not the main person. You are just starting. There's a process to where you are headed to. And even success is not a destination. It is still a process. So we must continually build ourselves. That is what I don't take for granted. Even where I am now, as I'm back from that training, I'm looking for the next available one. Not because I want to shelf knowledge. Implementation is key. You're here now. You're taking notes, I'm sure. You're writing. The question is, what will you do with these notes that you're taking after you're done from here? That is what will move you from being an intake into organization to be sustained in the organization for 18 years going to 19. That's exactly how long I've been working for Huddersfield. Over 18 years now, I have been a staff here, moving from a level when, how can I put it now? A level where you now earn probably, okay, let me put it from a tight perspective. Your salary then, when you started, is now less than the tithe of what you earn now. Let me just put it that way. Of course, with the economy, I know that is quite an issue, but the point I'm trying to make is eyes on the ball. Make sure you get into the system, whether it's a private sector, whether you're building the company yourself, whether you're applying for a job. Don't get in and think, aha, finally I'm right. It's about you keep growing yourself. It's about keep adding up. It's about showing that you are able, bringing it to the table, gain experience by learning. I have mentors in the industries. There are people who would call me when I just started and say, what did you just say? That's not how to pronounce that word. And I didn't feel, oh, I'm Queen Rita, you can't say that to me. No, never too big to learn. Never too big to learn from those who are ahead of you and those below you. Right now, TikTok is the main thing for some people. I have a TikTok account, I still don't know what to do with it yet. But if I want to learn it, I have to learn from people who are working as my junior staff, right? Because mentorship is something, and then there's something else called reverse mentorship. And we need to be able to put ourselves at a level where we learn from up and below if we want to progress. So as I'm here now, I'm speaking, yes, but I'm also here to learn. When the previous speaker were talking, I was writing. When my sister Kaite will start speaking, I'm going to write as well, because I know I will get nuggets. I know I will get things that I can implement. And I know maybe I should stop here so that we can get to Sister Kaite and then we can hear more. But I'm sure you get the drift of what I'm saying. You need to learn, you need to serve, you need to implement. It's not just about gaining knowledge, packing it and keeping it. If I was just getting trainings and learning from people and not implementing, I will not be where I am today. Let me share a particular incident that happened where I work with you. There was a time when we needed to cut staff, and it happens in every organization, okay? At this time, I just had a baby. I was pregnant, and then I had a baby, and I was on leave, for maternity leave, when this happened, and they needed to cut staff. Naturally, in most private organizations, I should be number one on the list because, you are home costing the organization money. That's a gender conversation that we can have some other time. But what happened when my name came up to be taken off? Somebody said, can you see what she does? She does this, she does this, she does that, she does that. And she's even on leave. Look at what results she even produced while she's on leave. For you to replace her, you need to employ 2 or 3 more people. Can you afford that? I wasn't there. But your results will speak for you. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I like the fact that she said you are never too big to learn. Every day is a learning process. Thank you so much. That was my takeaway for today. So we will
Rachel said 1 minute more. Okay, thank you.
Without wasting much time, we will invite Madam Ekite on the platform to also share. Okay, is okay, yes, perfect.
All right, while we're waiting for Madam Ekite, I can see Madam Tony Aralepo already in the building. She's ready for us. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining us. Madam Ekite, can you hear us, please? Okay, I think while we wait for Madam Ekite, thank you so much, Ma, for sharing your journey with us, Madam Rita.
Thank you. Thank you.
Quite passionate. I could take down some points myself. All right, I think we have Madam Ekite back on the call. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining us. Ma, I know that yes, you've helped businesses grow and attain success while they are at it. I just have to throw one question to you, Ma. What would you say are your recommended routines for success? Because a lot of young entrepreneurs are here looking at learning particular tips, and I would just love you to share your recommended routines for success today.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. And I must thank the organizers for meticulously putting this together. I know how difficult it is to set up a summit of this nature. So I thank patients and all the members of the organizing team. And I also appreciate the previous speakers. I liked the way Patience opened, and Mrs. Kemi's introduction was awesome. And I liked what Rita said, Queen Rita. And everything as she was speaking, it reminded me of the motto of my secondary school, which is action, not words. That's the all in all of what she said, in my opinion. Just take action, never say the words and don't back them up. And sadly, that's one of the things that we have problems with as young people. A lot of people are saying so many things, especially with the social media. So it's they just talk and talk. And I've had many experiences of people who tell me, oh, I can do this and this. And I tell them, oh, there's an opportunity here. Someone wants to invest and is looking for this kind of business. I know that's your business. Bring a business plan, bring your financials. Let's have an assessment. And the person says, madam, and that's when they start telling me. So to the question that you asked about the routine for people who want to be successful, I'm happy you asked the question because success is not an accident. I think Queen Rita said that in her speech, in her presentation. It's not an accident. You have to intentionally, and also Patience said the same thing. You have to deliberate. You have to be very intentional about what you want. Success doesn't fall on anybody's laps. You have to decide to be successful. You have to make up your mind one particular day and say, look, this is the line I have drawn in the sand and I'm not taking it anymore. In fact, when I was looking at this theme, this song by Kate Perry came to me, and I think that's a theme song for this conference. The song Roar. The few words said, "Scared to rock the boat." I think that's the second stanza of the song. Scared to rock the boat and make a mess. So I sat quietly and agreed politely. That's what a lot of women do, and the time is up now to decide to not sit quietly and not rock the boat, to decide what you want to do. And you have to have your routine. What are your rituals? What are the things you will do on a daily basis? Because success doesn't happen in one day. It happens after accumulation of certain things that you have done consistently. What time do you wake up? And when you wake up, what do you do when you wake up? I am not one of those who says wake up by 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. If you wake up even at 6 a.m. or 7, what do you do in those waking hours? Because waking up at 2 a.m. or 3 or 4 and then scrolling through your social media, that's not it. You have to have your rituals, and your rituals must be related to your goals. What are the goals you've set for yourself? Last year you say goals you didn't achieve. This year you've set a new set of goals. Who is holding you accountable? Because that's part of the problem we have. We think we already know. I think Rita said quite a bit. You already know enough. No, no one knows enough. The world is changing so fast. You need to improve on yourself. You need to go to the area that you think your skills will be better utilized. Where you think the market is. I didn't become a chartered accountant from studying accounting in school. I didn't even know what ICANN meant when I was in university. It was when I left university and went to work in the bank that I found out there was something like ICANN. And I remember my supervisor then just telling me, look, because I asked him a particular question about how soon does one move in this place and rise? What do I need to do to rise quickly? And he said to me, look, without your chemistry education, you can't rise very fast. Go and equip yourself relevant in a relevant field, then you will come back and become stronger. I mean, you're hardworking, right? But you need this to make things easier for you. And I listened. I went and studied ICANN. And it wasn't easy for me, even with my science background. It wasn't easy because I went with that, confidence that, what is there now? I got in, and after I got the first bloody nose by failing, I realized that I had to sit up and study harder. So you have to learn. So on a daily basis, you have to create a time to learn for the next level of what you want to do. What is your goal? If you live your life today, the same day where you lived last year, look, you've only just lived 1 year so many times over. You haven't lived all of those years. Every year has to be different. So you have to decide on your rituals. I have mine. I wake up, you do your morning prayers, your devotions and all of that. Fine. After that, What else do you do to strengthen yourself, to put yourself in the right frame of mind? I exercise sometimes. I've not been very faithful with the exercise, but I try to exercise. And I found out that going out to the gym was something, I mean, it gave me a reason to have excuses not to do the exercise. So I just went online and got a few of the exercises that I liked. And so I had different ones. So I'm not bored doing one type of exercise every day. And I try to do even some exercises are just 5 minutes, some 7 minutes, some 10, and some longer. And then I mixed up some dances as well, even though I'm still struggling to be a good dancer. And so that way your energy is raised, you're ready to meet the day. And then what do? I look at my goals. I have goals that I set at the beginning of the year. How far have I gone? What action will I take today that will make the goal of my 2022 come to fruition? And look, you also have to block your head from this the noise right now. This is toward the ember months, towards when people are beginning to get worked up about Christmas and end of the year. Please don't get worked up. The best achievements are when you are calm. If you get worked up, you make mistakes that you shouldn't make in the first place. So just be calm and follow a routine. Write out something, at least 5 different things you do on a daily basis that relate to your goal. If you don't have that, you honestly haven't started. You look at Queen Rita, you think, oh, she's doing well, look at her. It's not easy. I'm sure that if you ask her, she will tell you she has a routine. She has some rituals she has to do on a daily basis. That way, it moves you one step closer every day. If you do something different and better every day, by the end of the year, you would have achieved 37% success, 37 times more improvement in what you have done. Imagine that, and then do that the next year, and do that in 3 years. You'll be so different from the rest of the world. It's easy to say, I want to succeed. But the main thing is, can you do the work that is required? And good for us now, everything is online. Almost everything. There's really nothing that you can't start. Even if there's a preliminary part online, you can't learn online. There's so many things there's some things I thought were too practical that couldn't be learned online, but people are teaching carpentry online, teaching so many things. So really, there's no excuse for any young person, any young woman or man to not be an excellent improvement on himself. And then one last thing I would recommend as a routine is to just have your decision. They call it affirmation, decision, whatever. You have something that you say to yourself on a daily basis, because there'll be opportunities where the world is dumping down on you, but you have to have a way of encouraging yourself. In fact, if you're my friend on Facebook, you see I made a post yesterday about I teach at EDC, and that was the first sentence on the bio, that the profile that was read. And I've been on that faculty for 11 years. So I teach all the people that come in there, the accounting part of business. And in the last couple of years, they've had very senior military officers, naval officers, who are retired to come and do the course. And most of them commodores and rear admirals. And they're very attentive in class. And in the process, I've gotten very familiar with some of them. And I'm very impressed that they're taking time to implement the things they learned from the classes. And so I put it out there just to also encourage myself, to remind myself, because sometimes the little things we do and succeed, we forget about them and we focus on the ones we failed. So once in a while, put down something on yourself that you've done well. That way you remind yourself that even if you could do that thing yesterday, then you can do another bigger one tomorrow. So those are the things you should do. Just have at least 5 things to do. I told you 3 of mine. I won't tell you the other 2 because they're personal.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Your own, come up with your own list and follow them religiously. The first few days, there won't be any difference. But when you are consistently doing them, you will see the impact and you will thank me for it.
Right. Thank you so much, Ma. You talked about affirmations, and I think that's really key. Having to, speak out positive affirmations to yourself, making that a routine. Because once you can think it, once you can say it, of course you can become it. Thank you so much, Madam Ekaite, for sharing from your experience. I think everyone has learned a thing or two from this session. Thank you so much, Ma.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay, I think we can get on to The next session, Rachel, I think we have Madam Oluwatoyin Aralepo joining us already. All right, I can see her. Welcome, Ma. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm just going to get onto our bio, just to read our profile, so we can know a little bit more about Madam Oluwatoyin. All right, so Madam Oluwatoyin is a first-class accounting graduate, a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, fellow of the Institute of Information Management of Africa, and an alumna of the London School of Business and Finance, with over 15 years of experience across banking, telecoms, and fintech. Our expertise includes finance strategy and business partnering, financial planning, analysis, and reporting, audit and business assurance, financial controls, and governance. She was the head of budget in the United Bank for Africa, responsible for over 400 business offices, budget preparation, and consolidation. She was commercial controller and financial controller at Airtel Nigeria, where she managed a portfolio of over 1 billion US dollars and supported cost initiatives that saved millions of dollars. She was also former Chief Financial Officer of Cellulant Nigeria. What a profile, Ma. Thank you so much for joining us. It's good to have you here. I know you've been raring to go. Our delegates are also excited to have you, Ma. It's been quite some time. I think we can just have it going from you, Ma. Thank you so much for joining, Ma.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're joining from. I'm so delighted to be here. I mean, this is a great initiative. And as we all know, the change we want, we have to create those ourselves. So I have some slides to share just to make it more visual. Let me just quickly share my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
It's not up yet, Ma.
Okay. Okay. Can you see it now? Yeah, it should be on now. Can you see it now?
Not yet from my end, Ma, but I think you can just go on. We'll rectify that from here. Okay, I think it's going up already.
Okay.
Amazing. It's up now. It's up now.
Oh, okay, because I can see StreamYard is already sharing my screen. So
Yes.
quickly, I just want to discuss about becoming an agent of change, and that is through entrepreneurship. And I'll be very fast about it. I just need your full concentration and to just go along with me because I have a very short time. So we're going to look at you as the agent of change. What are the building blocks and how do you make the best out of being an entrepreneur, right? So you as an agent of change, I would just like to start with these three quotes. I'm sure you've heard them, you've seen them before, and I'm sure you've heard about the guys that spoke about that. So Mandy Hale says that there is nothing more beautiful than someone who goes out of their way to make life beautiful or for others. You as the agent of change. And you have to be the change you wish to see in the world. And the third one, someone is sitting in the shade today because someone planted a tree long time ago. I just want you to spend some time to reflect on these things, right? You want to be an agent of change. There are things that you have to do, right? Because some others have laid the foundation that you are also using today. I mean, we are able to stream from different parts of the world today because someone came up with the idea of StreamYard, that we are using today. So we don't all have to be in the same place. Just think about the logistics, think about the cost and the time it will take you, to bring everybody from across the world. But people are doing things that are making life more beautiful and making things easier for others. And that is what you want to be. And it doesn't matter, right? You don't have to change the entire world. You need to start with yourself. And the two speakers mentioned about the fact that, everything starts with you. You need to build yourself. You need to invest in yourself. You need to manage yourself, because until you're able to manage yourself, you have mastery of what you do, you are disciplined, and all of those, there is no way you can make any change. Now we're talking about entrepreneurship, right, as a means of making changes. So just to look at it, first and foremost, it's about your mindset. And it's all about finding profitable solutions to problems. Just think about all the inventions, think about all the new businesses, Facebook, Instagram, just think, even Paystack, they are all solving problems and making profit for that, from that. So an entrepreneur is a person who sets up a business or businesses, taking financial risk in the hope of profit. And the profit can be used either for individual or social cause, because now you have entrepreneurs that are solving problems and also solving problems of humanity, adding value. So it's all about adding value, right? Adding value to your customers, adding value to yourself, adding value to your processes. And when you do this, the fulfillment, the outcome that you're looking for is the achievement of excellence. So I just want to encourage us today, talking about entrepreneurship, that this is one way that you can change the world and you can build wealth for yourself. But there are things that you have to do. And we've all seen the impact that entrepreneurs have made across the entire world, right? Job creation is one of the significant impacts, right? Think of the Amazon of this world. Think about Facebook. Think about Google, right? Think about businesses that are even close to you. Think about Pat, right? The convener of this event, this summit. Just think about the impact that she's making, right? She has a business, she has employed people, and she's also part of the economic development, right? So when you're an entrepreneur, you are creating jobs, you are creating means of livelihood for others, you are improving the quality of life, you're solving problems. I like to use Paystack as an example, right? Before now, if you're buying anything, you have to go to the bank physically, right? Just think of the stress, the logistics, and all that. But today, you are able to pay for events, you're able to pay for products without even leaving your house. And if you're selling anything online, you're able to set it up and people can pay anytime, improving the quality of life, changing the way we do business, right? Just thinking outside the box. Trade expansion. There are so many entrepreneurs now that are exporting items. In fact, food items, clothing, and Nigeria, the fashion industry in Nigeria is really expanding. I remembered I went to Ghana few months ago and I needed to buy clothing. And I called Pat and she was able to direct me, In fact, they supplied me, right, without any stress. She's based in Nigeria, but she's able to trade outside Nigeria. So those are some of the impacts that entrepreneurship affords us. You are able to utilize resources. Now, talking about social enterprise, you see people using water hyacinth to make baskets, to make different things, transforming those items. I've seen a lady that used tires, right? Condemned tires, transforming that into different other items. That is what entrepreneurs do. Innovation, research, and development, right? These are things that are happening, that can even change the way we perceive things, the way we are doing things. And I can't even overemphasize the importance of entrepreneurship. It stimulates demand. There is productivity, innovation. I spoke about job opportunities. There's so much ripple effect, and it enhances the standard of living, right? And it's, there's a sense of fulfillment that what you're doing, right, is impacting on the lives of others. But before going into that, you need to understand what it takes. Yes, you want to be an agent of change. You want to start your own business. You want to impact lives, right? But there are basic things. There are foundational things that you need to really take care of. And the first thing is your mindset, because it's not easy. I mean, Pat can share her experience with you as well. You need to have made up your mind, because it's not a sprint, right? It's a marathon. And it's not something that, you step into it and you face challenges, because of course you are going to face challenges, but you need to make up your mind that no matter what it takes, you are going to succeed, right? You also need to have an understanding of business management, financial management skills, and leadership skills, because you're dealing with so many people. You're dealing with your with customers, with your staff, with key stakeholders, with the government, right, with regulatory authorities. So you need to acquire skills that will help you to do all of these things. And as an entrepreneur, you can't say, this is not my job. You need to be versatile, because at the initial stage, you are the CEO, you are the founder, you are the accountant, you are the marketing manager, you are the sales manager, you are the IT person. There are so many things that you have to juggle at the initial stage. So you need to have this understanding so that you are prepared. Because if you're going to start on this journey, you need to understand, evaluate what you need to have, so that you don't get to a point and you face some challenges and you just quit, right? You won't be able to make the impact that you've set out to make, right? What it takes, I just broke this down so that you will have a better understanding. You have to be visionary, right? You need to be able to identify opportunities and take the right decisions, and you be focused on where you are going. One fundamental thing about entrepreneurship is that it involves risk taking. It's not a bed of roses, and there is always a chance of failure, right? So entrepreneurs are able to take calculated risk, right? Even though you have the feeling, you have the faith that things will work out, but the point is, if you are not ready to take risk, right, entrepreneurship is not for you. I mentioned about leadership skills. You need to be, and that starts, self-mastery, self-leadership. It starts with you. You have to be able to manage yourself, manage your staff, right? balance your power and authority. The mere fact that, oh, you are the CEO, you are the founder, it doesn't mean that you have the liberty to do whatever you want to do. You have to be a role model, and you need to have the ability to motivate people. Your emotional intelligence, your people management skills, you need to take it to the next level, because everybody is looking at you, and they take their cue from whatever you're doing. And like I mentioned earlier, business management skills, very, very critical, right? Because you need to understand how business works, including the financial and the operational, right? Your business acumen must be very, very strong. And these are things that you acquire over time. You are not going to get all the skills at once, right? And curiosity, creativity, you need to be flexible and adaptable, because when you see that things are not moving as planned, your ability to quickly pivot, right, into other things. We saw what COVID did, and there were businesses that were able to quickly pivot and start identifying other needs, and they started meeting those other needs. So these are some of the things that you need to really take care of: your problem solving, communication, and collaboration. You can't underestimate all those. And you have to be technologically savvy, right? Because you need to be able to automate some of the processes so that you're not so stressed. You're not doing everything yourself. You need to have a financial structure. You need to be able, to implement and to guide yourself, in these areas. Now, I just want to quickly, in 2 minutes, just talk about business model. I mentioned that being an entrepreneur, you need to understand your business model. And what is business model? It's just talking about how your business is going to make money. These are some of the foundational things that you need to take care of as an entrepreneur. What problem are you solving? How are you going to solve this problem, right? Because if you don't understand all this, if the problem you are solving is not what people are willing to pay for, then it leads to frustration. You need to understand who are the customers you want to serve, what's the relationship with the customers, how will they reach you, how will you reach out to them? They're having challenges, how do you solve their problems? You need to think about the resources that you require. What are the activities you will be engaged in? What are your key partners that will supply you, that will work with you? When you understand all this, it will cost you money, and you are also going to make money from those, right? So you have your cost structure. How much is it going to cost you to do all of this? And there are stages. And you also need to understand how are you going to make revenue? How many streams of income are you going to have, right? And I like to use telecoms example, because I've been in the telecoms for a very long time, right? What is the problem? We're able to meet up today, despite the fact that there's StreamYard, without data, without connectivity, right? All of those things won't happen. So you have that, right? Then who are the customers? What are the channels, right? What are the resources? What are the activities? Who are the key partners? What is the cost structure? How are you going to make money? So just think about your business model, looking at this format, right? We don't have so much time to go into all of the details. Now, when it comes to your financial management, this is the bedrock. You need to know what is going on in your business. Learn about money. How is money coming in? How is it flowing out? And what more can you do, right, to put it to work? Because until you have a framework, or you have the foundation in all of these things, you need to have some basic knowledge about bookkeeping and record keeping. You need to manage your costs, because if you're starting up and your cost is too high, right, it will be difficult for you to break even and to make profit. Cash flow, very, very important. Without cash, your business can't move. You need to understand a bit of pricing. You need to budget to know how much you want to make per time and how you raise money for the business. These are some of the skills, I mean, from a financial management point of view, that you need to have to manage your business. Because if you don't have all these skills, the survival of the business is at stake, right? You won't be able to take decisions that can take the business forward, and you won't be able to solve problems and increase the wealth of your business. Now, you need to be the pace setter, right? Like I mentioned, it takes a lot of courage to become an entrepreneur. You are choosing to give up, some comfort with the normal job, reliable hours, steady income. You can predict when you will get your money, right? But with entrepreneurship, yes, liberty, freedom, but restricted freedom, let me say, because most of the time you work more than those that are doing the 9 to 5, right? You're betting on your skills. So you need to build yourself, you need to get yourself ready, right? Courage, you need courage to take the first step. Because with your courage, you start, and with your focus, things will begin to happen. We know of all the mega entrepreneurs. We have Jeff Bezos, Amazon, Bill Gates, right? Microsoft, Elon Musk, Oprah, even in Nigeria, Mrs. Folorunsho Alakija, Mrs. Udo, Mrs. Toyin Soni, and so many others, right? And nothing drives the economy like job creation. We have the likes of Oduwini, Piggy Vest, Moabudu, right? Tara Peladru Toye. We have Nelly, the Nellies of this world, Kemi Ogunkoya, and we also have Pat, right? And she has done so well in giving this opportunity, right? Setting up this summit to impact and be the change. So it is your own turn to evaluate and think of what you want to become.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much for this well-structured presentation. Okay, I think we lost it. So thank you so thank you so much.
There. There's so much to share, but we don't have time.
So much knowledge to share. Thank you so much, Ma. It's such a well-structured presentation. Thank you so much. My takeaway was always think outside the box. And that's a very good point. So we have our next Zara. So Zara is a spoken word. Zara is going to give a spoken word before the next speaker joins in. So Zara is a radio host personality from River State. So let's welcome Zara. Are you here?
Yeah, I am.
Thank you so much. So
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for having me. I want to say a very big thanks to the convener of this wonderful event. It has been very impactful. I learned a lot, especially from Madam Rita. Because she happens to share the same field as I do. So I think I'm one of the youngest speakers here. So it's actually a privilege to be amongst these great women. I have a piece here that is titled Musing with My Mirror. And this is for all the women out there who are still yet to find themselves, who's been lost in the noise, screaming against who they really are and telling them what and what not to do. Okay. Musing with my Oh my God. Hello, everyone. I didn't know that my mic was muted. My sincere apologies. I think I'll just have to start all over again. Oh my God, that's so sad. Okay, I believe everyone can hear me right now. If you can hear me, please just confirm that you can hear me. Okay, thank you so much. So I'm going to start over again. I just want to say thank you to everyone for having me. Thank you so much to also the convener for having me here. It's such a privilege to be amongst these great women because I think that I believe I'm one of the youngest speakers here on this platform. I've learned so much, especially from Madam Rita, who seems to be in the same field with me. So it's such a privilege to be here. Thank you so much. I'm just going to go ahead to the piece because I think I've already used some of my time while the mic was muted. So I am going to be sharing a piece which is entitled Musing with My Mirror. And like I said, my name is Zara Alaba. And this is for all the women out there who are still yet to find themselves, who's been lost in the noise, screaming against who they really are and telling them what and what not to do. Musing with my mirror. See, these are not illusions. These are real tales of women, threaded with truth and fears, blisters and tears, who have lost their voice to the culture. Age has entitled you mistress of deception, and slowly your essence decays, and before your very own eye you dot to die. You see, I have had my fair share of the confinements and the misdefinition of the woman, cracked cautions on whom I should be, cautions imposed by deniers of my virtue. Script to script, we have slaved under their rules. Without a cause, they have fought against us. Like a cause to wreck our esteem, they've bruised tender dreams of feminine graces. And like the trophied talks of murdered elephants, our pride in macho exhibitions of conquered grace, that dark macho room where our caress and care is labeled lazy. To our fool we've been fed by the wrongs they served, lest it be you before time labels your voice impotent and my words without content. Let it be you who screams our truth. We asked for a just seat, but we were offered lies and deceit because some cowardly manliness fears my tender powers. In the mirrors, we see our broken reflections, suffering from being a woman, or guilty by acknowledging them a man. Guilty because our voices have to be strained to be heard, because we have no right to claim our rights. Oh my God, come! Strength amassed in womanhood, let them judge, until the crown vindicates my tears at their boots. I'll keep up my chatter until my story is heard and your glory is said. Take a break from this blankness. Look beyond this picture frame. Paint your future a hall of fame. Look, I ain't giving you no lecture, but or putting you under pressure So let it be forbidden, yes. Let it be forbidden that your name is missing from the list of great men. Let it be forbidden that your seed becomes some dump of cement. Let it be forbidden that you are counted useless amongst them. Seek visions unseen, birth ideas unheard, rewrite our story with a pen inked with glory. Some have often dressed us in bruises and stitches from that gender who shake our peace and disregard our pleas. Alas, if God were she would lift the standard of the living and break the placards of the unfeeling. Now, vacate the silencing costume of those who say you have to have an oga at the top to be it. Alas, they merely say how low they see, but hold your voices high, as together we raise the bar and shut out those echoes of forgotten ages. Raise the bar whose love has been betrayed and voice misplaced. Raise the bar who can't share a room with them because you buried your potentials in denial of who you really are. So raise the bar. You see, I like to say that the most beautiful dress a woman can wear is her self-confidence. Wear it well. Build an empire. Don't be late, because life won't wait. Raise the bar. Raise a voice. Thank you. My name is Zara Alabacontain. Thank you.
Amazing one. Thank you so much, Alaba, for that fantastic piece, Musings with My Mirror. Been really profound. Thank you so much. We've had a lot of questions coming in from YouTube as well as other streaming platforms that we are live on. And I think we can just take one or two questions before we move on to the next session. It's a delight to have back on with us the founder of Enlighten Her Initiative, Miss Pat Ehiodoko. And some questions have been coming, and I would love you to address these questions. We have one particularly for you here from YouTube, and the question is, Ma, how were you able to build competence to handle the various businesses that you're running? This is from Tonia from YouTube. Yes, I mean, we are aware that you run quite a number of businesses, successful businesses, if I must add. So how are you able to, I mean, juggle all of this together, building competence? Yes, ma'am. Just go ahead.
Thank you. Wow, I've been enjoying the conference myself and jotting down a whole lot. Well done, well done, well done, Ezekiel. Well done, Rachel. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so building competence. So it's been a whole lot of work, and I wouldn't say it's easy, and I'm not even close to the vision that I have. But then it starts from clarity, really, and having a desire. I would say I am very clear about what I'm trying to build. So that way I know who to ask for help, and I know who to seek, what to read, what to study. And I'm very intentional about my mistakes, right? So as I journey, I remember my first year in business, I was literally running a charity business. I wasn't making profit. And I had to sit down and ask myself, there's money coming in, but then we can't see profit. We don't know what's going on. What I had to do in that case was to reach out to a mentor. And I sent a message. I remember he wasn't my mentor then. I had never met him, but I saw that he was doing a great work in the fashion industry. And his name is Maya Tafo. I remember sending him a DM on Instagram. And I said, I am struggling with my numbers. I'm struggling with my business. I need your help. And I didn't just ask for help, I also offered to serve. And if you remember when I was talking earlier, I shared that it's important for you to serve. And as you serve, that's how you get nurtured as well. So I had asked for help, and then he showed up in my office one weekend, and then we sat down for an hour, and then he pointed out to me how I was literally pricing wrongly. So one way I've been able to build my business, I would say, and grow and maintain that growth is by seeking for help from the right people and by deciding to be humble to learn. Because I've seen that lots of people start their business and they feel that once you make the first 1 million naira, that's it. And then I'm done. Let me just keep running. I don't need nobody. The truth is you always need people. You always need to keep learning. Another thing that I do is every day intentionally, I read something on fashion. I read something about fashion. I have loads of fashion books here, but then I go to YouTube, I study something, I spend 30 minutes, 20 minutes to just watch a fashion video, or I just read, at least learn something new every day. So whatever industry you're in, let it be a constant thing that you are learning every day. So first, seek help, be willing to pay for coaching as well. I've paid for a lot of fashion courses. I've invested in buying books and all of that. Secondly, ensure you're spending time to invest in yourself. The third thing is ensure that you're learning from your mistakes. And the only way you can do that is when you spend time to review what's happening in your business and in your life. I see that there's a second question. How do you manage your time? That's quite hard because there's just loads of, I have so many things to do at the same time. It literally feels like I need more hours. But then what I do is to prioritize things that would bring in the most result and the most joy. I'm intentional about my space, about who I spend my time with, about what I spend my time doing, because I want to see results. I'm about results. I'm a champion. And championship is about results. So I am constantly and very intentional about how I spend my time. And how I do that is I wake up in the morning or at night before to plan my day out. And I spend every Sunday evening to actually plan out my week and visualize what I want for my week. I spend time to list out 3 top things that I want to see happen at the end of the week. That way I know how to direct my time and how to manage my time as well. I hope that was helpful.
Very helpful. Very, very helpful and knowledgeable.
All right.
Amazing one. Thank you so much, Ma.
So we have a YouTube video, right, by Lisa Nicholas.
Someone you've never been before. You want to go somewhere you've never done. You got to say something you never said. You got to go to a place in you that you've never even been. You are your Michelangelo. You are your greatest sculpture, and you get to recarve and you get to up-level as much as you need. You're not sentenced to this life this way. You chose it. You get to choose as much as you want. You get to design it any way you choose. You're not sentenced to your future. You have an opportunity to your future. What do you want and how do you want it? And if it doesn't make you a little afraid, then you ain't playing big enough. Your knees are supposed to knock a little bit. Your teeth are supposed to chatter a little bit. There's supposed to be at least 2 butterflies in your stomach. At least. Because if not, you're playing inside your comfort zone. And we mistake the fact that we're supposed to be comfortable 24/7. Well, let me tell you something. Comfortable is equivalent to complacent. I'll choose inconvenience every day, any day, to make a difference on the planet. I don't mind being mildly to moderately to significantly inconvenienced to leave my fingerprint on this planet. So I just came to talk to the game changers and to the change agents who are willing to confront any part of you that's not speaking to your madly, wildly amazing future. I stand here in my greatness. I own my light
Amazing.
Now,
Amazing.
I love it.
Right.
Amazing. Who else is feeling enough?
I think we already have comments in the chat box. It's well, she says, I am enough. Okafor, I own my life, my brilliance. I am bold. I am bright enough. This is my time. And I mean, this is the time for so many amazing young women entrepreneurs joining us, because at the Enlighten Her Initiative, we are here to provide mentorship. We are here to provide resources to young women that would help your businesses and lives thrive. Thank you so much, Madam Pat, for the amazing work that you're doing. We'll just go ahead. I mean, just recapping on what has happened so far in the session. Um, I mean, Mark, could you just share with us, would I say, key learnings? I know like a lot of delegates are also expecting more in the summit. So you just help us share with us key learnings and then what to expect moving on as we proceed in the summit, please.
Okay, fantastic. This has been power packed, and I would say a big thank you to all the speakers so far. I'm so grateful to God for them. One key learning that stood out for me was when Rita was speaking, and she said something about keep your eyes on the ball, but stay ready. I really want to just get that statement right. She says, results will speak for you,
Right.
but there's a point where you need to just stay ready, stay prepared. And that for me was one highlight. So most times we're just there. We're hoping. Hoping is not a strategy. Honestly, you need to stay ready, to stay hungry. And then moving forward, we're still going to have a panel session. We're also going to have a conversation with Jane, who is going to be talking around marketing and growing your business and all of that. And we're also going to be presenting the award to the 5 participants and the 5
Right.
actually won the seed funding. I am actually looking forward to that. I'm excited for them. I'm grateful to God for them. And I'm looking forward to the transformation that would happen in their business as a result of that. All right, Ezekiel.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ma, for sharing. I think up next we have Madam Jennifer Onwumere, who will be joining us for our masterclass, sharing on particular tips in helping us becoming agents of change through entrepreneurship. I'm just going to go ahead with hi, Mar, you're welcome. I'll go ahead with reading our bio and profile so we know a bit more about her. So Jennifer Omumere is the founder of Jen Get Bread Marketing, a Dallas-based PR event and brand consulting company that assists startup brands with their marketing strategy and visibility efforts. Jennifer has over 15 years of industry experience and has spearheaded the launch of major projects for brands such as BlackBerry, Nintendo, and Visa, amongst many others. Prior to starting her business, Jennifer spent years in the experiential marketing industry, working with several Fortune 500 brands, including Samsung, Toyota, Red Baron, and more. Jennifer also founded the Ladies Roundtable, a 3-day conference designed to empower women, as well as the Finesse Your Life Tour, a national 3-city tour aimed at motivating women to achieving their dreams. Jennifer received her undergraduate degree in public relations with a minor in business from the University of Texas at Arlington. So great to have you here. Thank
Thank you.
you, Mar, for joining us. I think everyone is ready for you. We want to learn from you, and you can just take it away from here. Thank you for joining us, Mar.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. First of all, I want to give my shout out to the entire team for this conference. This has been great. I love the variety of speakers from different industries speaking about, just encouraging people to follow their dreams. So I think that's a good segue into what we're going to be talking about today, which is how to become an agent of change through entrepreneurship. And one thing that's really amazing about entrepreneurship is you get to take an idea and you can take it from the ideation stage and make it a reality. And I think sometimes people have a complicated view about entrepreneurship. They think that you have to have a lot of money, that you have to have a lot of connections, you have to have a lot of capital. But the truth about entrepreneurship starts from a dream. If you have a dream and you execute it, you can make anything happen. So a lot of I'd say things that we use every day were just concepts or ideas that people had that they actually took the time to create and bring into reality. One of them is Facebook. Everybody knows the story of Facebook. Facebook started by Mark Zuckerberg when he was in college. He created this social platform to connect people. And now we know today everybody uses it, and there's billions of users all over the world. It's a powerful vehicle. If you look at it, where even companies use it, people use it for personal use. And it's almost like if you're not on Facebook or you're not on Instagram, which is also owned by Facebook, that as a business, people would look at you like, are you serious? Are you really doing marketing if you're not on these platforms? Yet, this was just somebody's idea. So even though it was somebody's idea, it's now being used as a vehicle for social change, because people use Facebook for all kind of uses. People use it for, just like we said, socially to connect with other people, but they also use it for different things, fundraisers. There's different features on Facebook where you can raise money for causes that you like. It's also a way and a vehicle to get information out so that people are aware of different causes or even things that are going on in current events, things that are going on around the world. So can you imagine that somebody's idea, some idea that they randomly had, is now utilized by billions of people? So the first thing I want to start off and say is, don't discount yourself. Even if you don't have any connections or you're not super familiar with how to get started, the very first step is to believe that you can do it. If you believe that you can do it, you can do it. You know what they always say, if you believe it, you can achieve it. And those are words that we hear so much that sometimes we don't believe it, because we hear it so much, we just think, oh, it's just something positive that people say. But if you truly believe something and that you can achieve it, you really can. So I wanted to give some examples of some other people that have used entrepreneurism as an agent for, they have become an agent for social change through just their ideas and concepts. If you look at Elon Musk and Tesla, Tesla is a brand that obviously what's so innovative about it is it's electricity powered vehicles. Whereas traditionally people have driven vehicles that utilize gas and, to get back and forth. But Tesla, as the world looks for different ways to be more efficient, to improve our air quality, and also to manage different resources like gas and oil, the concept of Tesla comes at a time where the world needs that tool. So think about it. Elon sat back and he thought about, what would it be like if we had electric cars? And he took that thought from just the idea stage, and he went out and found the tools that he needed to find to be able to execute it and make it happen. And now it's a reality. People all over the world drive Tesla vehicles. People have charging stations in their houses. And this was not a reality before. This is what is also referred to as disruption. When you take the status quo and you introduce something new into the world or into the market that radically transforms how we do different things and how we live our life every day. So along with that, I'm going to go ahead and talk about Richard Branson, who is the billionaire CEO of Virgin Groups. He created so many things, Virgin Records back in the day, Virgin Megastore, and he has hotels, but he also has airlines. But him and Elon Musk and several other people have been looking into now traveling into space, which is a whole different, horizon. It's something that people have thought about. And obviously we've traveled to space before, but they're now investing in technology to learn more and to travel out to space and learn more about opportunities in space if there are opportunities. So I say that to say that any idea that you have is not small. It may feel small or it may feel impossible. Anything that you think of, you're capable of achieving if you really believe that you can do that. So I'm going to talk real quick about some different ways that you can start your journey of becoming an agent of change as it relates to entrepreneurism. Number one is to create products and services that benefit the community and the world at large. You have to sit back and you have to think, what is something that I can add to the world, something that I can do, something that I can contribute to. You don't even have to think from a global perspective. Just think about your own town, your own city, where you're at. What is a need in my city right now? And what's something that I am passionate about or interested in that I can utilize that I can research or learn or create to help the people in my area? A lot of these people, when they started their companies and their brands, they weren't thinking global. They weren't thinking, wow, I'm going to create something that's going to be worth $1 million. They were just thinking about how I could solve the immediate problem, because that's another thing that's really important. Every business that is created to solve a problem. If your business is not solving a problem, it's not a business. For example, what problem does KFC serve? KFC solves the problem of hunger. If you're hungry, they provide food. Therefore, by patronizing KFC and buying food, I eat the food, and that eliminates my problem of being hungry. So you can relate that to any business in the world. So just remember, every business solves a problem. If you have a business, so how we relate that back to being an agent of change is people tend to do well in businesses that they are passionate about. So if you think about your town, what is an issue in your town? Do you have an issue of clean water? Would you like to create a business that focuses on providing clean water in your community? There are several entrepreneurs who have created initiatives like that, where they've created, clean water or some other kind of innovation that is to improve the lives of the people around them. And what happens is, while you're walking in your purpose and while you're creating something of value, at the same time, when you create something of value that people need, you then find that at some point, your creation can become profitable. So personally, I do believe that there is so much value in leading and focusing on things that you actually are passionate about. I know that sometimes there's a narrative these days where everybody's about getting the money and getting to the bag. And there's all these messages in pop culture and in the world that are telling you get to the money, money, money. But I think the best way to get to the money is when you follow your passion. So first thing, just focus on your passion. What is your passion? And your passion will lead you to your purpose. So that's the first thing I wanted to talk about. And then another thing that's important is empowering other people to be successful. Agents of change, especially in entrepreneurship, they focus on creating tools to help other people be successful. So if you look at different businesses such as even health-related businesses like Zumba, the Zumba franchise has become a worldwide brand that's just focused on exercise that's fun. There's this particular dance style that helps people burn calories. So that's a business that is operating as an agent of change, because though it's fun, it's also something that's helping people to live a healthier lifestyle. So think about that. That was somebody's idea. Somebody was probably just sitting in a room one day and said, hey, I like to dance and I want to be healthy. And some people want to be healthy, but they may find traditional exercise to be boring. They may not find it to be, they may find that they're not as consistent when they're just getting on a treadmill or when they're just lifting weights. But Zumba, they may have a love or passion for dancing. So the founder obviously realized the link between fun things that get you moving, get you active, and also understanding the intrinsic value of actually working out and merging those things together. And so that is a positive thing that impacts their audience, but it's also fun for the audience. I know I've taken some Zumba classes in the past, and I've seen people are generally excited to just go in there and be able to dance, but also be able to be doing something healthy. So always be thinking about things that you can also create that empower other people to be successful. There's a great website called Udemy. You can find any course in any part of the world on any kind of subject, from whether you want to get into the IT profession or any kind of industry. You want marketing tips, Udemy has courses that cover a wide range of topics. And Udemy is something that the owner was obviously passionate about, or they wouldn't have created it. And so they created this platform where people can go and get knowledge on different topics that they're passionate about. But in the same token, the people who have created that website are monetizing that website, making money off of that website, because they have found how to solve the problem that some people have in terms of, how do I do a certain thing? How do I market my bakery? How do I learn how to change a tire? I'm sure you can find all kinds of courses on any kind of topic on there. So now, by creating something that they were passionate about, or that they are passionate about, and putting it out to an audience of people who needed it, they're not only being agents of change by giving people a platform to educate themselves and learn new tools, but they're also created something that is of value, that solves a problem. Remember, every business solves a problem. So they've solved that problem, and as a result, they are monetizing and reaping the value of creating that platform. So there are no limits. I challenge everybody today to sit back and think about things that you are passionate about, things that you want to create, and create them. We're in the best time in history to create a business. Think back to like the 80s and even farther back, the 70s, before the internet. There was a time frame where, to get connected to certain things, you had to know a particular person, or you had to be from a particular area, or there were so many different social constructs and things that you had to be able to have access to be able to achieve your dreams. But look at today. Anything you want to do, you want to network with somebody, all you got to do is jump on the internet. You can DM. People's contact information is on LinkedIn, it's on Instagram, it's on YouTube, it's everywhere. We're all more connected than we've ever been before. So the limitations that we had in the past, we are not limited to the things that previous generations are. We have access to anything. It's just about, do you have the faith, and do you have the tenacity, and do you have the passion to move forward, to take that idea from your head and bring it into reality? So I wanted to spend a little bit of time before we wrap up and talk about some ways to start your journey of becoming an agent of change through entrepreneurism. And one of them is to engage in networking. Networking is very important. Sometimes you may have an idea, but you don't understand, how am I going to meet the people, or how do I get the connection to get started on this? Networking is key. And there's a million platforms that allow you to network with people all over the world. And look at this. We're on this conference today. I'm in Dallas, Texas, but we're all connected all over the world. We're still sharing information. We're still sharing knowledge through the power of the internet. So you open your mind to all of the opportunities that are available. Don't limit yourself. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter how much money you have. None of those things matter. What matters is how much passion do you have about really trying to achieve the things you really want to achieve. If you have, a passion for entrepreneurism, how much work are you willing to put in to be able to achieve that dream? So networking, and I wanted to give a couple of great platforms and tools for networking. Obviously, I mentioned LinkedIn before. LinkedIn is amazing. You can join LinkedIn groups. You can get connected with people in particular industries. So say, for instance, you wanted to create your own electric car in the future. Maybe your electric car cooks dinner too, and you feel like there's value in an electric car that could cook dinner. You can get on LinkedIn and you can network with people who work at Tesla or other major car companies and look into internship opportunities or mentorship opportunities. And you can also jump on LinkedIn and join groups. Maybe there's a group, electric car group. You can get in there and learn and contribute and be active. Same thing with Facebook groups. And just Facebook as a whole. You can add people as friends. Same thing on Instagram. YouTube is a resource. There's so many videos, I'm sure, about electric cars and everything. You could look at some of the creators on there and see how you can link up with them and how you can network with them. So it's true. Faith just said your network is your net worth, and it's true. You really want to start by establishing your network. But I'm a big believer in relationships that are full of reciprocity. Reciprocity is like as you take, you give. So even if you don't have the knowledge, when you're reaching out for mentorship and when you're reaching out to somebody to connect and to learn, make sure that you're also contributing as well. So maybe you don't have the knowledge, but you have the time. Be willing to volunteer. If there's an opportunity to work with that organization or to volunteer for one of their initiatives, volunteer. There's nothing wrong with that. The best relationships are, utilize reciprocity. As you take, they give. That's how you create your value. And then as they pour into you, you pour in with the resources that you do have. Maybe you don't have the knowledge, but you have the time or you have experience in a particular area. So let's say, even if you were to get an internship at Tesla, but you're good at social media, then maybe you can help manage the social media. But make sure that as you're asking for assistance, that you're providing value as well. It will work out better for you in the long run, definitely. Another thing is never stop learning. I talked about Udemy. There's several other platforms that are similar to Udemy, and Udemy is udemy.com. But there are several platforms where you can take classes to learn more about something. So if you have an idea and you're like, hey, I'm really passionate about, we keep using the example of electric cars, but I don't know anything about the space. I don't have a background in that. Then you can start to look for courses to learn a basic knowledge of how the cars are constructed, more about the financial aspects of it, every different facets of it to just learn more. So continuing education is a lifelong thing. It's not for a period of time. So you may have your formal education, but to get better in life, we're constantly getting educated on different elements of life. We're never just focused on, we never think we learn. Nobody knows it all. Even a billionaire has something that they can still learn. So always be in the mentality that continued education is important. I must always be out to learn more. And sorry, I'm going to wrap up real quick. One more. Find a mentor. Mentors are powerful. Mentors are people in spaces that you want to get in that have been in those spaces maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 years. They can help you avoid pitfalls or things that they've done wrong in the past, and they can steer you in the right direction. So definitely get a mentor for sure.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ma, for sharing so much insights into that. I mean, just to put a bit on that last point that you mentioned, getting a mentor. I mean, we have surprisingly a question from one of the delegates, Fumbi from Lagos, asking if you have any mentorship platform that they can join in or she can join in with.
Okay. Me personally, or for people, because let me see, it says, I love cars and it's been my dream to build an automobile business here in Kano. Oh, that's nice. Says the environment isn't encouraging to do so. Did Tesla face such situation when they started? I'm not sure if they face that specifically, but I know that every business is going to face obstacles at some point in time. Like I said, regardless, It's about how you navigate the situation. No matter what you do in life, when you start a business, you're going to run into some kind of obstacle. But whether you're successful or not is going to be dependent on how your consistency. Are you going to continue to look for the answers even when things aren't going right? You know, you're not limited by anything. If you want to build an automobile business in Kano, you can. Anything you want to do, you can do. And if you can't find a resource where you are, then look for opportunities. Start reaching out to people at Tesla through LinkedIn and different things. And can see even if you can do a virtual mentorship or find out if they have a nearby mentorship or if they have any initiatives they're doing within the country right now that can help you. So just keep pushing. If you keep pushing and you keep looking, you're going to find the answer. And if you don't give up, you'll be successful for sure.
Amazing.
Right. Yes, just to touch on the second question from Fumbi from Lagos. Do you have any mentorship platforms or plan that delegates can maybe connect with you on?
Okay, so I don't have a formal mentorship platform, but if you want to DM me on Instagram, my Instagram is gingerbread MKTG. So that's JENGERBREAD MKTG. So feel free if you DM me, if I have a resource, I'll be happy to share it with you for sure.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for your time, Miss Jennifer. Thank you for the amazing insights that you've shared. I think our delegates have learned a thing or two from your session. Thank you so much for joining us, Mom.
No problem. Thank y'all for having me. Have a
Thank you
good
so
day.
much.
All right. Thank you.
So Ezekiel, like we have panel 2 right up, I guess.
Yes, panel 2 goes up after now, but I think we can take some feedback from the audience. Just say read one or two comments from
If they are still with us,
from
I hope
YouTube.
nobody's
Yes.
losing off.
I think we have a lot of comments here. We have Esther sharing. The best focus on your passion. I think that's something that Miss Jennifer shared so much about, having to focus on your passion. Rachel, what are you passionate about? I mean, just share with us. What do you think you're passionate about?
So for me, I'm very, very passionate about entrepreneurship,
Right.
innovation, and change.
Mm.
So making an impact, not just at where I am, but all over the world. That's one thing I'm very passionate about.
Right. And I see that you do a lot of knowledge sharing on LinkedIn as well, just I
Yes.
mean to help people, I mean,
Yes.
get going and stuff. I mean,
Yes.
amazing work. All right. So I think we can just get right into the second session. I think we have the speakers set. Second session, the topic is societal societal stereotypes, overcoming obstacles to leadership as a woman. Yes, of course, we know that women face a lot of obstacles during entrepreneurship, and we want to answer these key questions and find solutions to them. All right. We have the first panelist, and that is Miss Alina Robinson. I'm just going to go ahead to read our profile. Alina Robinson is a mom and a wife, first, but with the message in her soul and the fire in her spirit. When life is calling, she steps up and shows up wholeheartedly. Alina moved to London, United Kingdom at the age of 20, and she quickly had to learn how to navigate life's waves, which brought her to the shores of her soul. Her life was calling her to redirect and live a life that's in alignment with who she truly was within. With a strong entrepreneurial background and an unshakable commitment to personal growth, Alina founded a coaching business, I Evolve, with the sorry. Yes, she founded I Evolve.
With the intention.
Yes, I think I could not see that on the screen. Yes, with the intention of empowering other women through our impactful workshops to evolve into all who they were designed to be, creating, achieving, succeeding, and operating in the stage of their life from a place of power, which is the. Thank you so much, Alina, for joining us. We are glad to have you here. And of course, the second panelist that we would, Madame Merola.
Madam Marula.
Yes, I think we can just have a.
I think we have Madam Marula first, though, before Madam Alina Robbins.
Great. I'll just go ahead to read Madame Merola's profile.
Yes, I really.
Okay, Rachel, you want to go ahead with that?
Okay. So Mrs. Abiola Mary, Dawodu Oluwadeji, also known as Madam Merola, publicly is a life coach, image and communications consultant. Her mission is geared towards igniting billions of lives with strong desires to fulfill their God desired dreams and destinies confidently. As a BANG creator, she inspires the beautiful and bold, audacious, no excuses, God's masterpiece in you. She's an author of several books, including the internationally acclaimed book of inspiration titled Gold Digger. She's a fervent spokeswoman against domestic violence on women and children and multi-award winning advocate for women and youth empowerment. Everywhere she goes, you can be sure to feel the bang effect. We are happy to have you here, ma.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yes, loud and clear.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. So good. Is it morning? Okay, it's afternoon already. Good afternoon to everyone that has been on the broadcast since they started. I want to say kudos to the founder and the convener of this event, Patience. And I really like the topic. I love the fact that, in fact, the title of everything, including the name of the initiative, which is Enlighten, Empower, and Grow, so important for women, right? So I'm here to just talk to you about some of the societal issues that women face that doesn't allow them to feel like they can own their space as leaders. Okay. So many people, especially women, always feel like, they have to play second fiddle to men whenever it comes to actually occupying spaces of position. So for me, my background, right, is the fact that I grew up in a home where I have more sisters than brothers. Actually, I only have one brother. So I was surrounded by five other girls. And then I had cousins as well living with us. And it was a home full of women. And my brother was always treated differently from us, the girls. So he always got more money given to him. He had preferential treatment from my mom and stuff. So already from a young age, I could see that there was more emphasis and prestige placed on a male child than a female child. So that kind of informed me and kind of also made me to be a bit more competitive in the way I actually showed up in my space, not just at home, but in school as well. Because I felt like I was trying to prove a point to, especially to my mom, that look, I might not be a boy, but I can be as intelligent, I can be as athletic or even more. So I started doing a lot of things that I was engaging in. So I was one of those women that they call a tomboy because everything a man did, I felt I'm going to do it as well and I'm going to do it better. So I was always going for sports that men would love. So I played soccer, I played everything. I went for taekwondo, karate, anything my brother did, I was going to do as well. So I already had a biased mindset that women were inferior to men. Girls are not as important as boys. So that sets a precedent for me. And now at my age, I'm 44, I can see that such biases still exist in different parts of our societies, right? I'm a Nigerian, and there's still some places where emphasis is only placed on boys for them to be educated, for them to be trained, for them to be empowered. And the woman, the girl child, is always placed aside. So I've had this deep passion to be able to see women be everything that God has called them to be. I have this deep passion to be able to help women to find the core, to be able to find a source of power, to be able to find their voices, and to also know that they are more than enough, that they are equipped, that they are chosen, that God has also enabled them with the characteristics needed to be a leader. So we hear many people say that leadership can be learned and that for some people, people are born with it. I believe sincerely that it is a combination of the two. So I believe that I have been born with leadership gifts that allows me to be able to lead wherever I go to. So you can imagine if I go to places where they suppress my leadership skills, I would not be able to function to the best of my abilities. That is the reason why we all need to understand ourselves. The first thing you must do as a woman is to invest in your personal discovery and mastery. Without that, you are going to be like a sea. You're going to be like a ship that is lost in the sea of many other people doing amazing things, but feeling like you are inadequate. That is why I love the fact that we're talking about empowering people. Empowering you is not just with money, it's empowering you with knowledge. It's about giving you the wherewithal for you to be able to say, okay, I know who I am. I know what I've been called to do. I know exactly my level of competence and value that I bring to the table that nobody is going to be able to deny because I own my space. I own my intelligence. I own my experiences. I own my capacity. I own my capabilities. All these things are important because if you don't, you are going to struggle. You're always going to feel inferior. You're always going to feel like your voice doesn't matter. You're always going to feel like you need someone else to validate you. You need someone else to give you permission to show up. You need someone else to tell you that you can do it. You don't need anybody else to encourage you. You don't need anybody else to tell you things that will make you feel better about yourself. You need to tell yourself every single day you are alive that you have been created to not just be someone who coasts in life, but someone who has all the leadership qualities to be able to thrive and lead others to their level of destiny as well. Because leadership comes in different forms and sizes. That is why the first level of leadership you need is self-leadership. You need to be able to lead yourself. You need to be able to encourage yourself. You need to be able to believe in yourself. You need to be able to invest in yourself. You need to be able to tell yourself when the negative chatter comes in, when other people don't even believe in you, that you are worth it, that you can do it. So that is the reason why I'm here today, just to be able to share some of the societal issues that we go through and how you can break those societal issues and biases, empower yourself, and keep moving on and living your greatest dreams. Okay. So I'm going to share some of the challenges that some of you already are aware about. Okay. So the first one is lack of confidence. Okay. Many women are not confident. And that is the reason why I'm a big fan of that poem that was written by Marianne Williamson that says that our deepest fear, let me just get it out so that I can just read it for you verbatim, because it's so important that you listen to the words. I know many of you know this, but you forget. You forget how important it is, okay? She says, our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that others will feel insecure around you, won't feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine as children do. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It's not just in some of us, it's in every one of us. And as we let our light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we're liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. I'll read that last line again. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we're liberated from our fear, our presence automatically liberates others. How powerful is that? For you to understand that that fear that you have in being everything that you see in your inner mind that you ought to be, but you feel like if I tell other people the visions, the dreams that I have, would they not think I'm full of myself? Would they not think that I am trying to chase a pipe dream? Dear sisters, I'm telling you, you are not chasing a pipe dream. You are chasing the purpose and destiny God put inside of you while you were yet in your mother's womb. God is not in the business of making mistakes. God is not in the business of creating inferior products. If you are alive today, if you are living in this world, then I can guarantee you there is something big and powerful that God has already placed in store of you for you to do that no one else can do unless you step into your life, until you step into your destiny and start to walk in it. When you start, yes, you might feel like it is scary. Yes, you might feel like nobody else understands you. The woman that is talking to you, I am someone that I do not feel like anybody understands me. I feel like everybody understands me. But when you start, yes, you might feel like nobody else understands you. But when you start, you will find that everybody understands you. And that is the power of living in the power of change.
Powerful, powerful. This is such an amazing. While we wait for Madam Merila to join back in, what have you learned so far? What have you learned so far from
All
what
right.
she? Yes, you're
I don't know if
welcome,
you.
ma.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I got booted out by the network, so
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys can hear me. All right, so I was saying that you have to understand the fact that you are more than adequate and that sometimes the fear can cripple you. I was someone that when I left my corporate job, whereby I was one of the youngest managers in a Fortune 500 company, my mother was livid. People around me didn't understand. When I chose to become Madame Marola, the bank creator, whereby I said, look, I'm changing my name, I'm changing everything, because I heard a voice tell me it's time to unleash your voice. I knew without a shadow of time that it was time for me to leave behind all the other things that I've been pursuing, where the world was celebrating me for being a successful entrepreneur and successful career woman. But I knew that I wasn't fulfilled. I knew that I wasn't doing what I was called to do until I stepped onto this path and journey that I'm in right now, which is liberating others by teaching them to own their own genius, for them to discover their power and their zone of ease where they can go out in the world and be themselves unapologetically. I started to see that, wow, there were many things that I'd experienced in my lifetime that was preparing me for a time like this. Okay. So you need to be confident and very certain in yourself that you have a place in this world, that you are not inferior to anyone. My favorite affirmation is I am equal to all, inferior to none. I dazzle in my originality and I shine my light everywhere I go. I am equal to all, inferior to none, meaning that I do not place higher value on myself than anybody ought to, but I also do not feel inferior around anybody. I own my space confidently. So that is one of the things you need to do. Another challenge that women face is that they're always feeling like they're not being treated fairly and equally. And that is the truth of the matter. Women always have to feel they have to prove a point that they deserve the promotion, and they have to work harder than the same men that occupy the same position. We live in a world that is not fair to women. And many times we have to be able to double up on what we bring to the table for us to even get recognized for what we do. Why? Because there's a patriarchal system that is in play. And it's going to take time and effort and consistency for us to break this patriotic system that always feel like they are doing us a favor by giving us the positions just to be able to feel like, oh, okay, we're being gender sensitive. No, we're not begging anybody. We're not begging anybody. That's why I have this quote. There are many obstacles and biases against women in leadership. Nevertheless, we must continue to advance relentlessly as women leaders so that we will always pave the way, not just for ourselves, but the ones that are coming behind us. I have a daughter. She's a teenager. I want her to have an easier access to leadership. So I teach about entrepreneurship, owning our own business, owning our own career path, and that if she works for an organization, she should not feel intimidated. I don't want any woman younger than I am to struggle to be seen, to be heard, to be recognized and understood that, look, this is something that you have the competence to do. So that is the reason why this summit is so important. We have come to ignite you. We have come to empower you. We've come to tell you, you have what it takes. Don't let anybody tell you differently, okay? Another kind of challenge that you face is having the support of other women. It's so important. And I don't know what started it, why women beef each other, why women find it difficult to support another woman in leadership. Rather, they find it easier to gossip and pull you down and look for all your faults instead of trying to be the ones that lift you up and support you. Women, we need to stop that. We need to be able to tell ourselves that, hey, if Madame Marola is winning, we are all winning. It's our job to support each other, because tomorrow I might be the one that is there and needs the support of other women. Women go for positions in politics and stuff, and women don't vote for other women. We need to stop that. If another woman is thriving, let's hail each other. Let's congratulate each other. Let's support each other. Let's be the ones that would inspire them to keep going. Don't always feel like, hey, that this other woman is my competitor. No, you do not have any competition in this world. Why? Because you are an original. You are a masterpiece. There is only one version of you in this world. Until the day you die, there will never be another version of you, because no one can do you better than you can do yourself. So feeling like, oh, Patience is succeeding, Kemi is succeeding, Ekaita is succeeding, Queen Rita is succeeding, why am I not succeeding? And instead of you being encouraged by them succeeding and go to them for mentorship or go to them for advice, you choose to actually find faults and say, look at the way she's dressed, look at the way she looks, look at the way she talks. No, women, let's stop it. Let's band together. Men support themselves. That is the reason why they are going further and faster than we are. When we start to band together, when we start to truly collaborate and believe in each other and encourage each other, we will see a different paradigm of how women will start to fly and soar higher in places of positions, in government, in education, in any sphere of influence that God has created. We will start to see women taking ownership. We're already seeing the shift, but it's not enough. We can do more. We can support more. We can encourage more. We can build more. Together, each achieves more. Not separated, not divided, not by envying, not by backbiting, but by supporting each other. Okay? So another challenge that we're facing is also the fact that women feel like when they're in the midst of men, they cannot speak up. They feel intimidated. Don't be afraid to speak up. Don't be afraid to say what you need to say, even if it means rocking the boat. If you do not agree with the system, if you do not agree with the laws, if you do not agree with the way things are going, speak up. Don't feel like your voice is too small to be heard. Don't let anyone intimidate you because of your gender. Don't let anyone intimidate you because of your age. Don't let anyone also intimidate you because of your marital status or lack of it. Because we have societal issues in places like Africa where more kind of value is placed on women that are married than those that are not. Excuse me, your value is not in your marital status. Your value is in what you carry on the inside. It's about what God has placed in you and that you've spent time to invest in, not by what a piece of paper says that you are a Mrs. or not. So don't allow anybody to make you feel less of who you are because you are not married, or because you're divorced, or because you're separated, or because you are not a mother. All those things are irrelevant. You are complete. You are whole. Nothing missing, nothing broken in you, and you do not need any extra appendages in front of your name to make you become better than what you are. So let me share some other tips with you. Tackling imposter syndrome, believing that you are not adequate. That the voice that keeps telling you, who are you? Who are you to show up? Who are you to go and speak at this EEG summit? People are going to laugh at you. You're not good enough. Look at all these other people. They've accomplished much more. You have not. Don't allow anyone to intimidate you with their fancy TVs and stuff. There is something in you that the world needs. Another thing is overcoming perfectionism. dealing with work and life balance. Women have to carry so much. The man will go to work and is not expected to also keep the home front. But a woman is expected to be in a leadership position, to do excellently well there, and also be an excellent homemaker, excellent wife, excellent mother, whatever it is. So work-life balance can be something that throws women off because we feel like we have to do so much, we end up being stressed out. Number 9, balancing our male and female energy. People already have a stereotype of the way a woman should be. So when a woman doesn't act that way, they tell you you're aggressive. They tell you that you're behaving like a man. So you need to be able to understand that whoever you are, whatever personalities you have, it is okay. Just learn to have a fine balance between being an emotional person and also being someone who is intellectual and also uses reasoning to be able to make key decisions. And finally, building alliances. Don't be afraid to build alliances with men, with women. It doesn't matter. Internationally, globally, don't look at yourself as a small fish in a pond. Look at yourself as great and mighty. Why? Because that is who God has called you to be. I hope with all those things that I've said, many of you will start to have a reshift in your way of thinking. You will have a mindset makeover and you'll be empowered to go out there and take those seats of leadership that God has already created for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wow. Amazing one, Madam Merola. I mean, you anyone make you feel less of who you are? Really life-changing message there. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining us. We
Thank
wish
you.
you, I mean, all the best.
This
Thank
was
you so much.
a fire session. I was like,
You read it to my
Really,
bio that I bring the bang effect everywhere I go. I
yes,
am a
it was
fire
really a
starter.
bang. The next speak.
Okay. Yeah, welcome, Madam Alina. So I think we've already introduced Madam Alina, so I will go into ask the question.
Ahead, then we'll take questions.
Okay. So yeah, welcome, Madam Alina Robinson.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I would like to ask you, how have you addressed some of the societal stereotypes ascribed to women in business?
Well, based on my experience, to begin with, I am, for those of you who don't know, I am Romanian, and I came to UK when I was 20. I was really young and navigating the life in a different country, in a strange country, foreign country where you don't have your parents and you don't have your family support. It's quite difficult. And in that in those waves of my life, I have lost myself due to a very strong societal stereotype that exists in UK. And but what I had to do is I had to find myself, discover who I really am, and learn how to truly govern myself. And it forced me to look within. So I stopped looking from outside in order to find myself. So this is one of my obstacles in when I started the business, was not having a clear understanding of who I was, which is very, very important. Know who you are. Know who you are. Discover who you are. You are beautiful. We are so powerful. We are full of talents and abilities that we can't even begin to imagine. Someone once said, God's gift to us are more talents and abilities that we can ever develop in this lifetime. And our gift to God is to develop those talents and abilities as much as we can and to use in this lifetime. So use your talents, but first we need to discover those. First, we need to access it and activate it. This is why we're here, for the access of it. This is why we're here, to discover who we are, to understand who we are. And it's a beginning, it's a journey. It's a journey. I hope this helps. Any other questions, or can I continue?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This was just this was a summary, but very, very knowledgeable. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing this.
Can I also share a
Yes.
very important quote for me that I came across to this month, and it's by Udo Okonjo, and it says, first of all, it says, don't be afraid to think it. Don't be afraid to define it. If you cannot define it, you cannot build it. So think it. I invite you today to think about your life. Be intentional in your thoughts. You yourself are the maker of yourself by the virtue of your thoughts that you choose, and you alone, you choose and encourage every day. Second, define who you are, discover who you are and understand who you are, and have the clarity, seek clarity in everything that you do in every single day, and everything else will follow from there. And look within. That is where our talents, abilities, our gifts from God, that's where they reside. And third, build it. Start now, start today, start with whatever you have. Also, be a very strong decision maker. Success, it's a decision. Make no mistake, leadership and success, it's a decision. It starts with a decision, and it's a choice. It's a choice that we make. So the vision that you hold in your mind, and the dreams that you hold in your heart, that you carry in your heart every day, that's what you will build your life by. That's what you will become. So be very intentional, if you can, every single day. Develop patience and develop gratitude. And last but not least, and above all, keep God close. Put on the armor of God to protect you and carry you through all the seasons of your life. And trust in Him. Trust in Him. Stay blessed, stay loved, and stay true to who you are, and discover who you are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like the fact that you blend up your business entrepreneurship with God, not leaving the God factor out of business and life and entrepreneurship. That's super amazing.
Nothing
Thank you
can be
so
done,
much.
in my opinion. I believe God first. Nothing can be done without God. And we can, and believe it, and we can do it. So start today, start now. This is your time, this is my time. We evolve together, we learn and we grow and we evolve together every single day. Do not stop learning, like Queen Rita said, do not stop learning. We can always learn and grow every single day. And I'm grateful for my time here, and I hope and I wish everyone starts today to discover who they are. Discover who you are. You are a beautiful soul. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ezekiel? This session has been super amazing. Can you drop in the comments what you've learned so far? This is so amazing. Amazing speaker so far. Can you drop in the comments? Let us know what you have learned so far. Let us know what you've learned so far.
Comments here.
Wow.
Google says I'm made for will be intentional lead. And we're thinking and soaking into all from take a a community break just
So before that, we would like to know if they have anyone, the audience, do you have any questions for the speakers, any of the speakers that have spoken so far? Do you have any questions to ask the speakers? You could just type in the comment and we'll pick it from there.
just drop your question. We would take it up so our speakers can.
Please ask your questions. Please feel free. Okay, Fumbi said, I have, it went. Fumbi said, I have learned to be very intentional about my journey, self-clarity, growth, and then don't be afraid to fail as an entrepreneur. That's a good takeaway. Dawn said, I have learned that consistency. Okay, we cut off. We have a next speaker on here.
All right. Thank you for joining, Madam Isiri. It's great. Is one of our esteemed judges for the program. We received a couple of applications over the last funding program, and Madam Isiri was review these applications, ensuring that we women entrepreneurs. Thank you so much, Ma, for here.
Thank you.
Yes, great. Yeah, I mean, this is a great opportunity for business. I know, yes, we were part of helping these awardees. Would you just like and how much of these entrepreneurs?
What was the question, please?
I just wanted you to share, I mean, how much this is coming at a crucial time we are awarding the grants to.
Sorry, I think you're breaking a bit sometimes, so I don't hear you.
Now. Can you hear me, Ma? Is it clear now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. I just wanted you to share a bit of, I mean, the experience with getting the applications and how much this is coming at a crucial program here.
Okay, so I'll take a stab at it. But I think it was very interesting for me. I think it's also very useful that this initiative has started, and it's actually going to the grassroots in the sense that most of where our economy comes from is the individual support that we get from SMEs and individual entrepreneurs. And Nigeria is very rich in terms of entrepreneurial assets. But what we don't have really is the enabling environment and the infrastructure sometimes to fast track the growth and scaling up for some of these enterprises. So I really love the fact that this initiative started out to give these grants, and the selection process was very intense in the sense that we were looking for something specific for why that grant needed to be given to those entrepreneurs, and to be sure that it would be sustained as well. So there were three criteria that we had to look at, ranging from the competency of these entrepreneurs, the I believe it was the impact. So what was the impact or contribution that was being made to society? And we also looked at one more thing. I can't remember. I know it was a C. So we had to then check those three pillars to be sure that these guys fit into it. And it was just interesting and enjoyable listening to some of the ideas that came through from some of these young ladies, just to let you know that the nomenclature businessman also applies to the female gender. So business women, that we have strong business women, in country. And just to think about, there was one that, someone spoke of around bags and having to get their industrial machines to do so, event catering, having to, bring the right assets together. And that was how the grant was going to be put to use. But what appeals to me the most, just listening to some of those, was the fact that there was a sense of giving back too for some of the entrepreneurs. So for some of them, it was not just about making money. It was, I want to also train people. I want to leave this world a better place. I'm looking at displaced people, for instance. I don't want them to be displaced anymore. And this is the little I can even think of. It was just really satisfying and gratifying to know that even in the absence of maybe leadership direction that we sometimes complain about in our climb, that we do have the power to make a change. And that power was resident in some of the entrepreneurs that we spoke to. So I love the fact that we had that. And I love the fact that this initiative, Enlighten Her Initiative, is contributing to that space. And I'm really looking forward to having some of these businesses really scale up and start to impact not only Nigeria, but Africa and the world at large, because I think the ideas are fantastic. And at the end, what does any individual really need? We just want to be sure that we can take care of ourselves, spend for our families, and have that inner fulfillment as well, that, we've come to the world to fulfill a purpose that was given to us by our Creator. So well done again to all of the people who have contributed to this process, to all of them that had gone through the process of the interview. It was a grilling process, and I don't take it for granted that you put in all that effort to make it what it was. And I want to also encourage you that regardless of the fact that you might not get a grant, it should not stop you from moving ahead on that, because the world needs it. Even the United Nations has something we call the Sustainable Development Goals. And all of these ventures actually speak to it. But at the end, a winner has to be chosen. Funds are limited, and you only have to keep trying. So even if you have a no now, that no should remind you that it's the next opportunity for you to do something else. And you shouldn't shy away from any such opportunities that come up. So congratulations. Well done to all the participants and the awardees, potential awardees. Congratulations.
Amazing. Thank because this are now the Enlighten Her Initiative. Um, enrolling out if you're for that. It's been experience have for the seed funding program.
Thank you so much, Madam SCV. I think
Thank you. I couldn't hear the gentleman.
Yes, I think we lost.
Unfortunately, but I can hear you.
Okay, I think we lost him.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would like to know how what have you learned so far? Let us know in the comments. If you have questions, please feel free to ask. Please feel free to ask your questions. Any questions for any of the speakers? Let us know in the comments. Okay. This session has been super amazing so far, and personally it has really given me a lot of knowledge about the entrepreneurship field, how to navigate as an entrepreneur, how to be a successful entrepreneur as well. So thank you all so much for all the speakers that came to talk. It's really
Hear me now?
appreciated. Yes, we can hear you, Ezekiel.
Okay, great. Out for some time. Saying that we can get on for the Madam Isiri, if for us we could just go ahead.
Hi everyone. So I will is Madam Masiri, do we have you? Are you on here?
Yes, I'm back now. I'm hoping that you can hear me.
Yes, please, I can hear you. So I'll go ahead to announce the names. Okay, so we have
Okay.
Dawn.
So let me.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. You were saying something. Okay, so I will go ahead to announce the names.
Do you want me to announce the names, or you will do that?
I'll do that. I'll do that now.
Fantastic.
So we have a Dawn Kene Okafor, Eva Oluwa Morinikiji, Onajomo Patient, Rita
Congratulations.
Okara, Alaba Continue, right? Okay. Congratulations to all the awardees.
Congratulations. Congratulations, ladies. This is amazing.
Amazing. Congratulations. We have Madam Pat back on the series. To share a few words. Quite it, and we have the seed funding. Patience, would you like to
speak on this before words, then it would continue.
Okay. So can I go on? Congratulations.
Go on. Yes, you can go on.
Oh, okay. Congratulations to all the awardees. We're really so proud of you. This is a very deserving moment, and we celebrate with you. We wish you well in your endeavors for sure. And I'm so certain that you will do us proud and that we will come back and just sing praises about what you've set out to do. So I can see that there's Patience, there was Dawn, there was Eniolua. I can't remember all the names, but it would be good to just flip through the slides over and over again so that we see all the ladies and vibrant entrepreneurs that are set to get onto their next stage. Congratulations once again, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, everyone, and congratulations. Proud of you all. Well done. Well done on you showing up. And I look forward to our months. Actually, I'm looking forward to that. The grow and evolve. Well done, everyone. Congratulations.
Suddenly I be like Nepa Bill. I never since, I never miss. I've been smashing, I've been killing everything. From Ikeja to Ojuwe, let that be. To the many places that I've ever been. Remember this, I'm a king. I'm a legend in the making, I'm a champion. Remember this, I'm a king. I'm a legend in the making, I'm a champion. Remember this, I'm a king. I'm a legend in the making, I'm a super.
trendybeats.com.
Hey, I be finding silver lining where the mother say I need patience in due time, and I'll be reclining by design. I've been grinding for my needs. Butter whip to give my nephew, put them diamonds on my knees, shining so dope that I purchased 88 keys for mama to play a song and call my ADHD. With this baby face, fine, get them rarely hate me. Get them belly aches, love them waist deep. Every occasion, I put money in safe keep. Very impatient, be on time when you pay me. Very evasive when they hating what they see. Made me a nation, then they crown me as their king. Bell rings and then my hands are raised. MGM Grander Mandalay. Envy him now while my victory has just begun. When you see me, just know you looking at a motherfucking champion. I'm a motherfucking champion. Remember this, I'm a king. I'm a legend in the making, I'm a champion. Oh, champion. Remember this, I'm a king. I'm a legend in the making, I'm the average boy from the average streets with an empty pocket and a bag of dreams. Many things where your eyes don't see, many tears where your eyes don't bleed. Through the rise and falls, I made it to the top. You don't get anything when you want to. Oh, I'm a champion. I'm a king. I'm a legend, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a motherfucking champion. Remember this, I'm a legend, I'm a king.
Well done. Okay. Thank you so much. Wow.
Awesome.
More music on trendy.
Hi, Kizito. Well done.
How you doing?
Good.
It's been so intense.
Well,
amazing.
it has.
Yeah. So
Like say before you say your book.
come again.
So far from the participants before we wrap up.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mom. It's been an amazing opportunity we've had putting this together, the team, and I'd like to just summarize my thoughts to the participants. It's not just about attending the summit; it's what you do after the summit, right? It's how you implement. So I'm hoping that you will take from some of these nuggets that have been shared to, go back to your craft, go back to your passion, go back to what you do, and make the best out of it. I'd also like to commend the awardees for putting in so much effort, not even just the awardees, those who were shortlisted, for putting in so much effort in the application. I mean, it was a rigorous process. We had close to 250 applications, and it was pretty difficult, shortlisting that number to the final 5. So big congrats to the awardees. And I also like to recognize the team behind the project. First of all, hearty commendations to Madam Pat for her leadership, for giving us the opportunity to harness our potential, right? So special commendation to the team for their efforts, everyone back end, Ezekiel, Ibinabo, Lillian. Oh, yeah, we have it there. James and Wisdom. Thank you so much, guys. We couldn't have done this without you, right? And on behalf of Enlighten Her Initiative, we appreciate everyone for making it a date with us today. Be sure to know that we are going to do this again. There's going to be another installment of this, and it's going to be bigger, it's going to be better. Hopefully it's going to be physical too as well, so that we can all, connect in person. So from all of us here at EHI, we wish everyone the very best. Thank you for joining. Thank you for spending your time with us, and we do hope you have a lovely weekend and beyond. Bless. So we'll have some more music, and then yes, we can all close, I guess.
Fantastic.
More music on trendybeats.com.
I be king, I'm the best my generation ever seen. I came suddenly, I be like Nepa Bill. I never since, I never miss. I be smashing, I be killing everything. From Ikeja to Ojuwe, let that be. To the many places that I've never been. Remember this, I'm a king, I'm a legend, and I'm making, I'm a champion. Remember this, I'm a king, I'm a legend, and I'm making, I'm a champion. Remember this, I'm a king, I'm a legend, and I'm making, I'm a
trendybeats.com.
I be finding silver lining where the mother said I need patience and due time, and I be reclining by design. I've been grinding for my needs. Bought a whip to give my nephew, put them diamonds on my knees, shining so dope that I purchased 88 keys for mama to play a song and call my ADHD. With this baby face, fine, get them rarely hate me. Get them belly eggs, love them waist deep. Every occasion, I put money in safe keep. Very impatient, be on time when you pay me. Very evasive when they hating what they see. Maybe a nation, then they crown me as their king. Bell rings and then my hands are raised. MGM Grand Mandalay. Envy him now while my victory is just begun. When you see me, just know you looking at a motherfucking champion.
I'm a king, I'm a legend, and I'm a champion. Oh, champion. Remember this, I'm a king, I'm a legend, and I'm the average boy from the average streets with an empty pocket and a bag of dreams. Many things laying eyes don't see, many tears laying eyes don't bleed. Through the rise and falls, I made it to the top. You don't get anything when you want to. Oh, I'm a champion. I'm a king. I'm a legend, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a motherfucking champion. Remember this, I'm a legend, I'm a king.
More music on trendybeats.com.
I be king, I'm the best my generation ever seen. I came suddenly, I be like Nepa be. I never cease, I never miss. I be smashing, I be killing everything. From the cage to go to a letter beach. To the many places that I've never been. Remember this, I'm a king.
It's a wrap, it's a wrap, it's a wrap.
More music on trendybeats.com.
It's a wrap, it's a wrap, it's a wrap, it's a wrap. Hi everyone, and see you in the inside. We're going to be having a 6-week mentorship program. I look forward to mentoring you, and for the awardee, I look forward to the 6 months with you. Oh.
Vibe killer, me I no go take shit. Vibe killer, bloody somebody time. Protect my energy from your bad aura. Then my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go receive my rhythm, flow like a river. If you get yawa, come on go and sit down. I go just para, come off my jigger. I go just follow my dream. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle light. You know I'm just that type. No, there's nothing kill my vibe. There's nothing kill my vibe. You nothing kill, you nothing kill, you nothing kill my vibe. I see you watching my stories. I see you gauging my lifestyle. I see you watching my movements. This bad bitch bad every day.